Ya dejo que sí.
Sí. Estamos, Cristina. Okay. So good morning, everyone. Want to welcome everyone to the 186th Caribbean Fisheries Management Council meeting being held on St. Croix at the Buccaneer Hotel. It's 9 o'clock, April 22nd. We'll start with a roll call. I'm going to start on my left with Angie.
María Irizarry, Council Staff.
Good morning, buenos días. Cristina Olan, Council Staff.
Good morning, buenos días, Liajay Rivera García, Council Staff.
Buenos días, Graciela García Moliner, Council Staff.
Good morning, Maria Lopez, NOAA Fisheries, Southeast Regional Office.
Hola a todos, Puerto Rico DNR, Ricardo López Ortiz.
Good morning, Vanessa Ramirez, Vice Chair.
Carlos Fischetti, Chair.
Miguel Rolón, Council Staff.
Diana Martino, Council Staff.
Andy Strelchak, Regional Administrator, NOAA Fisheries.
Kate Zamboni, Office of General Counsel.
James Craiglow, Council Member, USVI.
Kayla Ishida, United States Coast Guard, Sector San Juan.
Hey, good morning. Vaz Vicente, Chair of the SSC Committee.
Good morning, everyone. Janet Ramos Garcia, Outreach and Education Panel Chair.
Buenos días, Nelson Crespo, the AP Chair, Puerto Rico.
Morning, everyone. Julia McGrath, the AP Chair, St. Thomas, St. John.
Good morning, all. Gerson Martinez, the AP Chair, St. Croix.
Good morning, Nicole Griot, CFMC Liaison, St. Thomas, St. John.
Good morning, Wilson Santiago, Puerto Rico Fishery Liaison.
Good morning, Marta Prada, IRA Coordinator.
Good morning, Lee Fletcher, Bioimpact.
Oh.
Good morning, Daniel Matos Carvalho, Puerto Rico Department of Natural and Environmental Resources.
I know we have some people online.
Yes, in Zoom we have Sarah Stephenson, John Kevin McCarthy, Jesus Rivera Hernandez, Heather Blow, Eva M. Collazo, Jessica Stephen, Mike Walsh, Itzamari.
And Roberto Sabater.
And Roberto Sabater.
You see. A little housekeeping here. There's a lunch menu going around. They're gonna pick it up at 10 o'clock. So if you can please fill it out and give it to someone in the back. They'll be picking them up at 10 a.m. Make sure lunch is on time.
Hello.
Next, we have the adoption of agenda. We do have some changes. Graciela.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So you do have a couple of changes. One is that the SECRAN presentation scheduled for today will be passed at the during the second day under other business. So we were requesting to see if the progress of e-reporting could be moved to the morning session. And that would give us a little bit more time for the presentation on the St. Thomas Fishers Association letter. And that's what I have in my notes.
Chairman.
Miguel.
We also got a request from Mr. Genio Piñero to address the council on the second day, the 23rd, at 1:30 p.m.
Okay, and before I forget, we have a letter from the commissioner. He would not be able to attend, but he has a letter of proxy for us, and I have this to sit in his stead.
Mr. Chair, one more thing, Dr. and I have this, it's going to be a little bit late. He hopes to be here for his presentation at 11.
Thank you. Any other changes to the agenda? Hearing none, we need a motion to accept the agenda as corrected or updated.
Vanessa Ramirez for the record. A motion to adopt agenda as corrected.
James Craiglow, second.
But the record is amended, not corrected.
So agenda amended, so any nays or abstentions? Everybody, hearing none, everybody say aye.
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 Motion carries. Next on the agenda is the consideration of the 185th council meeting verbatim transcriptions. I do have a couple questions on that I saw in the minutes, but I'm gonna leave that for other business for tomorrow to discuss.
But do you need?
Yeah, but we need to know now whether anybody have any.
Oh, yeah. I'm waiting to see if anybody has any corrections or additions to the transcriptions. Motion to adopt the minutes as submitted.
Vanessa Ramirez for the record. Motion to adopt as submitted.
Need a second.
Ricardo Lopez, second.
Okay, any nays or abstentions? All in favor say aye.
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 Motion carries. Next is the executive director's report. Yeah, Roberto, I'm sorry about that, but I needed your yay or nay on the.
Aye, yes.
Okay. So executive director's report.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thinking about the time, I will compress what I wanted to say. But just to give you status on the fundings for the councils, the 2025 will be a challenge year because, as you know, we are mostly at the same level that we were before, maybe 5% more all the councils. That means that we have to make adjustments to the council way of operating during 2025. Maria de Los Angeles, Angie, and myself, we identified places where we can save some money and stay within the schedule that we have. The fixed cost of the council is around $130,000 a month without any meetings. If we have meetings, that goes up a little bit. With the money that we have so far, that will be enough for the end of May, probably June, unless we receive the rest of the funding until September 30, 2025. The last quarter of the council is the first quarter of the National Fisheries Service funding, federal money funding. So we are expecting to receive monies enough to finish the year. But if we don't receive any more fundings before June 30, then we will not have money to operate with meetings with having meetings. So the executive director and the chair will monitor the situation to allocate the fundings as needed for the council activities. That means that all the other council meetings, SSC, DAPS, and everything will be virtual until further notice. You know that the May meeting, the August meeting is virtual, but the main meeting in with the CCC in New Bedford will be attended by 2 staff members and 2 chairs, and that already have been budgeted for. The monies that were allocated for the 50-year celebration had been stopped by all the 8 councils until further notice because some issues that are relevant to the budget situation that we have. The other part of the fundings that you are all aware is the IRA, and the Inflation Reduction Act provided monies for the councils, the National Fisheries Service, and other areas in the federal government. Good news, most of the proposals that we submitted were approved. No, so hay una muchacha que está bregando con los leyes. We want to scare people once in a while.
We're not in
Yeah.
Puerto Rico. Remember that.
Yeah. But the thing is that, remember, we hired Dr. Marta Prada, and she's going to give us a report, detailed report of where are we regarding the IRA funds. One of the latest approval was the one for the U.S. Virgin Islands. There was a proposal prepared by Dr. Senai Haptes. It had been approved, and now we are working with some details regarding the contract that we have to issue to the U.S. Virgin Islands to start this project. The other part of my report, as you all have seen in the news, the President Trump has signed several executive orders and that touch on fisheries operations. We are talking about the one that called for a rule that for every new rule, you have to get rid of 10. In the case of fisheries, that's a little bit tricky how to do it. And Dr. Andy Strechek will address that in a few moments. They also have one that requires all the councils, National Fisheries Service, to review the fisheries regulations, the way they prepare management plan and everything. So we have 180 days to prepare the documentation for that. We have to wait, all the councils have to wait until we have guidance, because this is brand new, April 17th. Guidance from the National Fisheries Service to proceed. But at this time, we want to let you know that the council is, from now on, we're going to be working on this executive order. And probably by the August meeting, we'll have some news for you to look at and consider. But the main point of the executive order is to review the way that we regulate the fisheries and see where we can open the fisheries. How can we, for the betterment of the fisheries, they call it, make the United States fisheries great again. And this is not new. It started when President Trump was the first time that he was president. And now it's an executive order. The other two, one touches the monuments. As you know, they open the monuments in the Pacific to fishing. And they have a whole presentation. You can see it in YouTube. And the last one, well, not the last one, but another one touches ESA. And there are discussions about any implication of a ESA. So, Mr. Chairman, I believe that the fishers also have a letter that they want to present, just to read it for the record. They have been working on this executive order for some time now, especially the Fishermen Association of St. Thomas and John. And Dr. Andy Strechek also can tell us about the 10-1 rule. So you will have this information at this meeting. But remember, these executive orders are brand new. We have to wait until we get the guidance from National Fisheries Service as to how to proceed. Especially the one that gives us 180 days. That means by December this year, we have to have a document that will address the mandates on the executive order. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
So, Andy?
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. So appreciate Miguel kind of teeing this up nicely with regard to the conversation. Executive Order 14192 is the one that talks about unleashing prosperity through deregulatory action. And there was obviously a lot of initial confusion because that's the one that proposes for every one regulatory action, you have to then implement 10 deregulatory actions. So as Miguel indicated, we have received additional guidance. The good news is that 10 for 1 provision only pertains to what are considered significant regulatory actions. And those significant regulatory actions have an annual effect on the economy of greater than $100 million. They create an inconsistency or interfere with an action taken by another agency. They materially alter budgetary impacts of grants and entitlements and other factors, or they create novel legal issues. So for the most part, the fisheries service and the councils implement very few significant regulatory actions. So we won't be in an environment where for a regulatory action, we have to create 10 deregulatory actions. However, what will relate to the work that the council is doing, the fisheries service is doing, is there is essentially a provision that requires that actions have a total cost that's less than 0, right? So if we're going to implement a regulatory action that has a negative cost on stakeholders or agency industry, then we have to offset that and actually have deregulatory actions that are greater than the amount that we're imposing with regulatory actions. So that's the process that I think is evolving and that we're setting up with the fisheries service, and that will likely be discussed at the council coordination committee meeting coming up in the near future. But that'll really be the key, is looking at the cost of implementing regulations, the cost of obviously deregulating actions, and how that balance sheet kind of adds up over time. There will be, I think, additional guidance that is forthcoming for our FY26 budget year. And will kind of be put into, I forget what they were calling it, but essentially identifying kind of agencies' total incremental costs that we can implement. So we'll have more guidance coming forward. So let me stop there because I do want to talk about the Restoring American Competitiveness EO, see if there's any questions.
Anyone have questions for Andy?
So as Miguel said, there's numerous executive orders. So the other one that was just recently issued was the Restoring American Seafood Competitiveness. That one was issued on April 17th. As Miguel said, we are awaiting additional guidance on that implementation, but there's several provisions obviously that pertain to the council, as Miguel indicated, and that the Secretary of Commerce will request the fishery management councils within 180 days of the order to provide the Secretary of Commerce with updates to recommendations pursuant to a previous executive order that reduces burdens on the domestic fishing industry. And so back in May of 2020, there was an executive order that you would have responded to. So they're wanting first updates on kind of where we're at with any sort of deregulatory work that pertained to that. And then obviously there's some additional things that they're looking for, soliciting public comments, including from fishing industry members, marine scientists, others, with regard to deregulation or regulatory actions that could be essentially removed. So that'll be a process that we'll be setting up. And then they also want us as an agency to focus on less expensive, more reliable technologies for collecting data and doing cooperative research, as well as exempted fishing permits. So that'll be another focus of this executive order. And there's a number of other requirements in it, but those are some of the highlights that I thought were most relevant to the council. So happy to entertain any questions on that as well.
Any questions for Andy on that? None. You good? Julian?
Julian McGrath for the record. I'm going to read a letter from the St. Thomas Fishermen's Association, which was signed by our Vice President Joshua Cattell. And the letter is addressed to Mr. Carlos Fischetti, Chairman of the Caribbean Fishery Management Council. Dear Chair and members of the Caribbean Fishery Management Council, on behalf of the Fishermen's Association, I'm writing to respectfully request that the Council postpone any agenda items or actions that may have relevance to the President's Donald J. Trump's executive order titled Promoting America Seafood Competitiveness, issued on April 17, 2025. This executive order outlines several specific and time-sensitive directives to be carried out by the regional fishery management councils, the Secretary of Commerce, the Secretary of Health and Human Services, and the National Marine Fishery Service. These directives involve a comprehensive review of fishery regulations and practices in order to enhance the competitiveness of American seafood, reduce the burdens on fishing industry, and promote sustainable fisheries. Given the potential implications of this executive order on fisheries management throughout the U.S. Caribbean, we believe that proceeding with any council action, regulatory or otherwise, that may intersect with the order could be premature and potentially inconsistent with forthcoming federal guidance or requirements. Accordingly, we respectfully request that the Caribbean Fishery Management postpone any such relevant agenda items until full and clear guidance is issued, until stakeholders, including our association, have a proper opportunity to review, interpret, and provide informed input on how the executive order will impact local fisheries and communities. We appreciate your attention to this matter and your continued commitment to inclusive and transparent fisheries management. Signed by Joshua Cattell, Vice President of the St. Thomas Fishermen's Association.
Any comments on Julian's SCFA letter? Vanessa?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Vanessa Ramirez for the record. Thank you, Julian, for bringing this letter from the fishermen's. And I think that, as Andy says, we need more advice on these orders. So I will suggest or ask to the staff any concern or any help that you can give us to address this on timeline. Thanks.
Miguel?
I guess that the letter goes hand in hand with what been presented today by Dr. Andy Strachek. We are not going to include anything in the agenda until we have the proper guidance from National Marine Fisheries Service on any of these issues. And that includes participation of the public. We need to have scoping meetings, public hearings, etc. So the fishing industry will have ample opportunity, and recreational fisheries, to participate in the discussion before any of this document is submitted to the Secretary for consideration. So the next step is for the councils, the 8 councils, to wait for the guidance from the National Marine Fisheries Service, from our fisheries, to continue working. And then it is expected that once we receive the guidance, the council will work and the staff with the appropriate documentation. Very important is that we need to provide ample opportunity for the public to participate, especially people who are going to be impacted positively or negative by any of these executive orders. So thank you, Julian. We will make sure that the participation of the fisheries is guaranteed through this process.
Andy?
Yeah, no, I appreciate the St. Thomas Fishermen's Association letter, and I think timing wise, this works really well for the council, right? Because you have an August council meeting, kind of right in the middle of that 180-day time frame. We're going to solicit public comment at the Secretary of Commerce level, right, for public input, but that doesn't prevent you from also soliciting public comment and gathering feedback from industry groups along the way. So all of this, I think, sets up well then to get that feedback by August so that any sort of response and reaction going forward thereafter would be in time for that 180-day timeline.
Any more comments? Gerson?
Good morning, all. Gerson Martinez for the record. My letter is going to come in soon. My wife is typing it as we speak, but I have a handwritten one. I would like to read it to the record. Due to the fact that we have the ability to redo, I believe in protecting our resource, but some protected areas do blanket closures. And in my letter, I will explain, I don't believe that we should open the shallow water reefs to any fishing activity, but to the north of Buck Island National Monument, we had a very important FAD that created jobs and created the ability to bring into the market the pelagics, mahi, tuna, and wahoo. And I will ask this council to consider reopening that north drop-off, which is very important for our line fishermen. And also, I would like to add that our conch fishery is in jeopardy because of the new, well, I don't know, Miguel is shaking his head, due to overfishing around the world. And we have done our homework here in St. Croix, the Virgin Islands, to overprotect this resource, establishing longer seasonal closures and also back limits. So I will ask that we be considered being exempt if that closure comes into effect someday because of our excessive protection to the conch resource. That will be all. Thank you. My letter will be coming in soon.
Thank you, Gerson. Okay. Any more comments on the EOs? Crespo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to read a letter coming from the Rincon Legal Fishing Association and other independent fishers. I am going to focus on section 4, especially on the topic of modernizing data collection and analytical practice, and I will soon send a more comprehensive letter on this executive law. We all know that Puerto Rico and the rest of the American Caribbean are considered a data pool sector without taking away the merit from the federal agencies and Puerto Rico DNR. The results have not been as expected. This is a sophist choice moment for the Puerto Rico DNR. Are we going to fix the data tragedy, or are we going to keep on lying to the rest of the nation and tell them everything is all right when they all know we are lying? We need a more creative, simple, mechanical model to capture elusive data that doesn't want to get caught, as our friend Bill Arnold suggests to us in informal conversations. For how long give to us a seminar of excuses for its falling model? We don't deserve this, and we are American disfranchised by the political system, yes, but nevertheless Americans. We can comply with President Trump's executive order, and we don't have the need to raise the catch level. Fish have always been there. Just by searching social media, we can see that there's a different truth than what is being reported in our island. Here, we all know that catches on our island can be 5 times more than what is reported. We better get to work today, and let's do away with the voodoo data and start a new regime of real data, modern, trustworthy data reporting. Is what we need. Now it's up to us to work as a team to improve this and other existing issues and be facilitators for the commercial fishing in the American Caribbean, and facilitate and not to try regulate everything ad nauseam in the industry that never be understood, never be understand, and will never manage properly if it's insist in failed models. Also, talking about open center areas, I'm really concerned about the Bajo de Cico. Should never be remove the management plan that have through this moment. And also, it's time to modify the Turmarin management plan and at least open the water column, that because there's a huge area when the wahoo season comes and all the fishermen wants to get those wahoos. It doesn't affect, what is protected in the bottom. And also, we have to maintain the snapper unit 1 management plan as is. Thank you.
Thank you, Crespo. Vanessa?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Vanessa Ramirez for the record. I want to thank Nelson for bringing this letter. You give the exact points that we have and the issues that we have been working with the data collection and also the managed areas that we have in the west side of the coast in Puerto Rico. So thank you for that, and I hope that this could address it and give some leadership for the staff to start working with Puerto Rico MMPs. Thanks.
Julian?
Joe McGrath for the record. So great presentation there and my counterparts. And, similar to what our letter speaks about is, and listening to the executive order that came from our president, the council here before us have a lot of over-regulating on the fishers. We can take one item and we have 3 different rules in protecting that one set of species. And I think stuff like that is what needs to be revisited. I don't think that we need to have 3 regulations and 1 individual group of fish. You have a catch limit, you have a seasonal closure, you have a size limit, stuff like that is what they're looking at as being over-regulated. I think we spend so much time and so much money throughout the entire process, not the council, I'm talking about the entire process. So much money is wasted for scientists to go there and just beat the species to death. And I think that's where they're trying to curtail some of this overspending, I call it overspending, and come up with a more simpler way of managing the fishery. The fishermen have always been the one to take the beating at the end of the day. Right now, NOAA, all of its employees are walking on pins and needles because they don't know if they're going to have a job before the end of the day. Well, that's how the fishermen have felt for the last 25 years that I've been sitting in this room or in any room in meetings. We don't know if we're going to be able to catch a fish the next day, which God has provided for us to catch every day. So now the whole world is upside down because it falls on a different set of people. And what they're asking, they're not telling you that you can't have a job. They're asking you to do your job differently and more effectively, and look at our fishers throughout the entire world. We are the US, we are the United States, and we should not have to be importing so much different product when we can harvest it right here. What the fishers have been seeing right here in the Virgin Islands and Puerto Rico is every time a rule is put in place, you go to the supermarket a couple months after, here's a box coming from Nicaragua. And they know the rules. Let's use the yellowtail snapper as a perfect example. 12 inches, tip of the tail to the head. Whole fish are being shipped in by the cases. We're seeing it in every one of our big stores, Cost You Less, Price Smart, Plaza Extra in the islands. Conk, the same thing. Aldi's there, and they know the regulations. The regulations are written on the box. So what that tells me is there is people out there that are part of the process of regulating so they could import the stuff from these countries and they get a kickback under the table. That's what the officials have been seeing more and more, and it's just have become more evident that it's there in our face. So I'm asking, like we said, we're gonna try to do our homework and come up with a list of things that we would like to bring before the council and the SSC, and we can discuss and see what we can do and what we can do. But at the end of the day, we gotta try to make things a little bit more productive and a little bit easier. So that's my comment for right now. I try not to talk too much today.
Thank you, Julian. Any more comments? Before I move forward, Miguel?
I have a comment.
Not a comment, but wait. It's a Roberto.
Sí.
Hi, Roberto, I yield to you.
I think this executive order is a great opportunity for the council to get away with murder and reinvent ourselves if we have to look inside of what we've been doing lately and for so long, that maybe we have fallen into our own personal trap. And maybe this thing opens up a way of us looking at ourselves inside and being able to check our balances, our non-balances, and provide a better counsel for the future. I went into statistics, and really 80% of the fish that is consumed in the United States is imported, and it comes from mostly Chile and Canada. So I think maybe we should be doing something different. Maybe, I don't know. I know that probably over there they don't have the regulations we have, and one of these days they're going to run out, but we have to really check ourselves. Are we doing it right, or are we doing it wrong, or how are we going to do it? Thank you.
Thank you, Sabater. Miguel?
Yeah, just to let everybody know that I told Christina to publish the executive orders in our webpage, because until we get some specific guidance, we will not be able to work on a reaction to this executive order. But also a word of caution, if you read the executive order, it doesn't mean that we're going to change everything. So what we are going to do at this time is just to wait until we get this guidance and see what we can do. I agree with Roberto that this executive order will look into how we operate from the top to the bottom everywhere to improve the condition of the fishing industry of the United States. And nobody can quarrel with that one. So, Mr. Chairman, I believe that we are going to have that information. Actually, I distributed the executive order to everybody. And I also want to thank the three top chairs for the intervention today, because this is the way we are going to be operating. Also, the order called for consultation with the public thoroughly. So if you don't have the executive order, please let me know, and we will send you a copy to the DAM members or to whomever. I talked to Julian briefly at breakfast, and I believe that you have all the documents and everything that you have. But if you need anything from us, let us know. And I will wait for Gerson's letter so we can put all the letters into our minutes for the next meeting. Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you. Moving on, we're gonna go to, Andy?
Yeah, just a couple of questions from Miguel with regard to budget. I've talked to Carrie Simmons as well. They're in a very similar financial situation. So our hope is that you would be allocated the remainder of your budget sometime in May, but I've been told that you'll get 30-day allocation of funding if that doesn't happen, where you would get the full budget for the remainder of the year. You mentioned obviously holding virtual meetings until further notice. Has a decision been made about the August meeting, or are you going to wait to see kind of how the funding plays out before you decide whether to go virtual for the August meeting?
In the case of the August meeting, we decided last year to have a virtual meeting because of the hurricanes. That was the only reason. And now we have another reason. Thank you for that, because we have two versions. One, that they're going to give us the money for the end of the year, and the other one that they only have authority to give them money until September 30, because at the end of the continuing resolution. So we are expecting the first one to be the case. And if that happens, the next in-person meeting will be in St. Thomas and John in December. But if we need to have any other meeting and we receive the money, we can do that. The other thing that I was going to mention to the members here is that we can change any meeting for any valid reason. So if we need to move away from August, maybe after or before, we can do that with the monies that we have. The other councils, they decide to have all the virtual meeting, but to give you an idea, we have 5 committees. One council have 14 committees, and they meet every month. They have a large area and they have to cover. So they are stopping from having in-person meeting at this time because they don't have the money to operate that way. The other issue that is happening is, as you all know, the cost of hotels, airfares, and everything have increased way beyond the increase of the budget and allocations that we have. So all this is playing at this time. But all the councils, we are going to discuss that at the main meeting. Before that, we are going to discuss it among ourselves to make sure. But what you heard from Kathy is a reality for everybody at this time.
Okay.
We have in the chat Ricardo, and he said, I have comments regarding the order. We'll have an opportunity. Ricardo Lugo.
Can I speak?
Yeah, you have comments or questions?
No, I have a comment, and the comment is regarding the order, because the order not only covered fishing as addressed here, but cover aquaculture too. And this is something that some way somehow had to be addressed as part of the response and the data to be collected. Especially when I saw Roberto, many of the fishing coming from Chile and other Central America are not only necessarily from fishing, but they have aquaculture, beef farms, and they're exporting farm fish to the U.S. So that is something that we will have to address in the order. I don't know specifically. Right now it's under the Department of Agriculture. How we planning to incorporate the aquaculture portion into our response on the data collected. That is only my comment.
Miguel?
Thank you, Ricardo. And just for the information to everybody, remember that the aquaculture is something that involves the states also. So not only we have the federal government working, but the states. And that's a good comment. But the process to discuss the implementation of these executive orders is still a little bit in the future. Because as we speak now, the National Fisheries Service is working on the guidance to implement these executive orders. The most important part is that we need to make sure that the public is involved through this process. And somebody called me the other day and said, Miguel, what is going to happen? And I said, I don't know. But don't hold your breath at everything that you think is going to happen, because he want me to convey to you that he has some ideas about opening a lot of places, changing regulation, etc. He also wanted to know whether the federal government can force Puerto Rico to implement some regulation. I said, well, that's for another people above my pay rate, because the council members that belong to the government of Puerto Rico, they represent the government of Puerto Rico and the Virgin Islands, but Puerto Rico and the U.S. Virgin Islands have their own authority. So they pursue management of the fisheries based on the local government's regulations as well as the federal. And just to let you know that some people are thinking about the whole thing. Aquaculture and imports for Puerto Rico and the United States is we import 80 to 90% of what we eat. The reason for that is we eat a lot. And in the case of Puerto Rico, I made a study a long time ago in the 75, when I thought that we could help fisheries. And at that time, we found that 90% of the fish that was consumed in Puerto Rico was imported, but we could only compete with 12% because all the other species were not in the tropics. Like, for example, the salmon, etc. So the point is, Mr. Chairman, that this is there's a lot of work ahead of us, a lot of considerations, but the quicker we receive the guidance from NEMS, the better. And we have to work from the get-go with the fishing community, commercial and recreational, to make sure that we do the right thing, at least, that we submit the right recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you, Miguel. All right, next on the agenda is the update on actions and amendments to the island-based fishery management plan. Maria?
Good morning. This is Maria Lopez with NOAA Fisheries Zero Caribbean branch from the Sustainable Fisheries Division. I'm gonna be presenting as I usually do during the at the beginning of each one of the meetings, a summary of the actions that the council and NIMS are working with, and also we're gonna be talking about the projects that had been set as priorities for 2025 and what the plans the council has discussed to do with those, and for consideration for moving forward or making decisions later. Next slide. Okay, so this slide, we are showing the actions that we have been currently working with. And so the first three actions are Amendment 2 to all the island-based FNPs, is the trawl, netgear, and descending devices. As you may recall, this amendment was submitted last year, was submitted by the council for approval for the Secretary of Commerce. It all went through, and NIMS work on the regulations. There was a period for the proposed where the proposed regulations were published, and comment period for both the amendment and the proposed regulations. And when that ended, NIMS prepared the final rule, and that final rule right now is pending approval and publication. For this amendment, the proposed regulations were also proposing that the implementation of the descending device requirement to be ready for use if needed in a fishing vessel were delayed until to give the council more opportunity to continue working in the outreach and education for the fishermen to know how to use it and to obtain the appropriate tools to either create their own descending devices, or that they can obtain descending devices for their use that the council have available. So as I said, right now, this final rule is pending approval and publication. We want to thank everybody that has been already using descending devices and learning how to use it, and teaching other colleagues and other fishermen to use the descending devices, even if this is not a requirement that has been implemented, because as you all know, this is something that it's good for the sustainability of our fisheries, to ensure that that fish that you return to the water, it has an opportunity to survive. So the next action that we have is Amendment 3 through all the island-based FNP. And this is the management measures for Dolphin and Wahoo. This is another one that the council approved for the Secretary of Commerce to submit it to the Secretary of Commerce for approval. There was a proposed rule that was published and notice of availability of the amendment. There were periods for comments. And that when that closed, the NIMS prepared the final rule. Right now, it's pending approval and publication. And I want to remind everybody that the final rule contains the responses to the comments that were submitted. So right now, as I said, that final rule is pending approval and publication, and we will let you know any updates on those rules. The third one is the framework action 3 to the Puerto Rico FMP, and this is based on the results of the CEDAR 80 Queen Triggerfish that would modify management reference points for the triggerfish stock complex in Puerto Rico based on the stock assessment. And this one also was approved for submission by the council last year, and there was a proposed rule open and a comment period that was open, and when that closed, NIMS prepared a final rule, and that final rule is also pending approval and publication. So for these three final rules, NOAA Fisheries will ensure that that we keep the council updated on the progress on these final rules. So the other one that the council worked with, and this was in December 2024, the framework 3 to the U.S. Virgin Islands FNPs, and this is also a modification of the management reference points for the queen triggerfish for St. Croix and for St. Thomas St. John based on the stock assessment that was conducted on the queen triggerfish. This one, during the January and February, the staff, the IPT finalized the action, and then the council submitted to NIMS for approval by the Secretary of Commerce in March. So this is an action that the council had already take final action and send for and approve it. However, there were some things that we needed to finish, and if you recall from the motion, it gives authority to the council chair to approve those changes. So those were submitted to the council chair, and they submitted it in March. And right now, staff is developing the proposed rule. And then when that proposed rule is ready and approved and ready for publication, then as usual, we will communicate that to the council and constituents through the fishery bulletins. So the other action that we have today, we have one action to take action is the Amendment 4 to the Puerto Rico FMP, the reclassification of the rainbow runner as a pelagic species. As you may recall, during the last council meeting in December 2024, we gave a presentation where we to the council where we discussed what the action included, which is basically reclassifying the rainbow runner from a reef fish to a pelagic fish. This the council have seen this presentation several times. However, the staff needed to make some adjustments to the document. So that's why, although it was scheduled to take final action in December, it was not done. And we requested if the council will review the document at this meeting so they can take final action. So we will be giving a presentation after this one with the information for the rainbow runner so you can all make a decision if you want to take final action on this one. And there's also, if you do decide to take final action, then there is a codified text that will be in the regulations that you will need to review. And then after that, the plan is that after the council submits the document, then this is the phase where the council process stops in there, and then NOAA Fisheries takes over to prepare the regulations. However, just remember that the public participation continues and the council participation continues once the proposed rule and that amendment are published, because there's open comment periods that are available for both the amendments and the regulations. Okay, so give me one moment here. I need to adjust my microphone. Thank you for that. Okay, so the next slide is going to be the projects that the council set for priorities for 2025 for the December 2024 council meeting. So if you can go. Okay, perfect. Is there feedback? Okay. So these are the actions. The first action that we're going to be presenting is the federal permits management. This is a presentation that we will be given by Dr. Jessica Stevens from NOAA Fisheries. As you will recall, there was a first presentation in December 2023, and the council wanted to receive additional information, obviously, on the permits, how the permits were going to could be developed, because there was an interest to develop a federal permit for certain species in Caribbean waters, right? So at that point, the council did not have a clear idea of where they wanted to move forward to, and that was understandable because there was a lot of information about how the federal permit process goes that the council did not have, and that's why NOAA Fisheries prepared this presentation that we're going to be getting today by Dr. Jessica Stevens. And this presentation will focus on the background information that the council should know, starting with the phases of permit planning, an idea, what would be an idea, vision, research and planning, implementation, evaluation. And also what are difference between different types of permits, like open access, moratorium, limited access permits, what are the MSA requirements. These are all background information that is very important for everybody to know, because if there is a decision later on to move forward with a permit of whatever form that takes, then we think that this is very important for them to know, so we can start thinking about how something will look like. And then the presentation would also walk through an example of creating a commercial federal permit program, just as an example, so you know how the process would be. So for this action, the logical next step will be to scope, to continue gathering information from fishermen, from the DAPs, from the general public. And I want to remind everyone that this is envisioned as a long-term action. This is something that there's a lot to learn before the council may decide to move forward or not. So I just wanted to make that clear. And also the idea is with this presentation and through all the scoping that the council can provide guidance to staff in what would be the purpose and the need for an action just like this. Excuse me. So as I said, the presentation will be given today, and then potentially, if continue information gathering throughout the year. And I'm mentioning here the DAPs because the DAPs, the last council meeting and the one before, they were very interested in obtaining information to ask questions. And the idea at that time was that we will have this presentation today and then have the DAPs meet and discuss what they learned today and be able to have an opportunity to have questions. So that's the council. If the council is interested to pursue that DAP meetings later, this will be one of the topics that could be discussed. Okay, so the next item that we will be discussing today, staff will be bringing to the council for their discussion, is a response to the St. Thomas Fisher Association questions regarding Grammatic bank management. This is the council Sarah Stevenson is going to give this, it's going to go through the document. The document is included in the briefing book. And it's like a kind of like a white paper, answers to the questions that the St. Thomas Fisher Association had on this topic. And then, from that, the council will provide guidance on how do they want to move forward, whatever form that takes. Okay, so the next topics that we have included in here are topics that we brought during the December meeting. These are things that the council consider as priorities for 2025 or 2026. So one of the things that needed to be done is this, and that was brought to the council attention, is the status of species with prohibited harvest. So this is species that when the island-based FNPs were created, these are species that the ACLs were set at 0. We're talking about corals, sea cucumbers, sea urchins, and other fish, for example, parrotfish, Nassau These are species that have an ACL of 0. However, the SYL, the sustainable yield level, was not set. And that's something that needs to be said because the SYLs will tell us information about for a determination of the status in terms of an overfish status for the species. So Sarah gave a little presentation, a short presentation about that, and it was something that we were requesting the council to consider tasking the SSC to look into the numerical SYLs based on the information of specifying numerical SYLs, or the council to based on information available for each stocks, and also consider the council to consider whether these stocks or stock complexes should be moved to ecosystem component species. So what we are requesting the council is, last time we talked about having this action be perhaps set in 2026 based on the timing because there were other things that needed to be done. However, staff would like to request if this could be considered as a 2025 priority, because some of the topics that were discussed that we were going to be taking care of during the year, which is the CEDAR, the results from the CEDAR 84 and the CEDAR for the spiny lobster, may not be ready in time with recommendations until the end of the year. So that means that the staff will not be able to start working on amendments and anything like that related to those topics during 2025. So that opens the possibility to work with other actions. That doesn't mean that we're going to be taking final action or anything. It's just giving staff the guidance to start working on changes that need to be done. For example, to comply with the requirements of the MSA that we have to have status determination for those. Anyways, we also wanted to take this opportunity to review the species to determine the need for conservation and management, right? So this and other things that we will be doing, staff will be doing through the year that has been tasked by the council to start working on, will give an opportunity for reviewing what information is available for the species to determine if those species should be continued fisheries management of those species. And for that, we, the Caribbean branch of the Sustainable Fisheries Division in CIRO, already started creating a matrix of information of all the species that we're currently managing. This is something that we have been working with for a while. This is not something new, right? Because it's important for us to be able, if we are going to have actions that are intended to modify the management reference points, then we think that as part of that effort, we should also be reviewing what information we have available for the species, what is the need for management, what is the management that is currently done, for example, in the state, etc. So we're putting all that information together, and we will bring that to the council so that the council can, at least for this action for the status of prohibited species, review that and then may task the SSC to looking into that. Okay, so the other action that the council wanted to take is actions to take when pelagic AMs are triggered. As you all know, pelagic species are new to management, and they were added to management in the island-based FMP, which became effective on 2022. At that time, the council set an ACT with the ACL, and then if the accountability measures were triggered and needed to be implemented, that accountability measure is not like in the other species like reef fish and spiny lobster, which will close the fishery. What the decision was to then had the council review what the overage is and make a decision as to what would be the next step, right? So during the last council meeting, the council wanted to task the SSC to looking into that. So staff will prepare put together a document or prepare materials to provide to the SSC so that when the SSC meets, they can take a look at that and may be able to provide some recommendations to the council, and then the council can discuss those recommendations and other things that they would like to discuss to see how we're going to move forward with the pelagic species. So the idea for that is, we will be working on preparing the document, the background information, provide that to the SSC, and then when the council decides that the SSC needs to meet, then they will have that ready. The next action that the council discussed is a revision of accountability measures for spiny lobster. And this is an action that we will request the council to schedule for discussion for the August meeting. This is something that we've also brought out December 2024 as a priority. And this is because in Puerto Rico, and this action is mostly for Puerto Rico, is because, the ACL continues to be exceeded, and the council wanted to evaluate if there were an accountability measure. Right now, it's closing the federal waters to all fishing if the accountability measure needs to be implemented. However, we all know that most of the harvest of spiny lobster occurs in states' water. So the council wanted to look at different measures that can be taken through an accountability measure that would provide more flexibility on how to deal with an exceedance of the ACL. And this will also take into consideration that there is a CDAR process that scheduled for this year that is already been ongoing, that it's looking into assessing the species as well. So all of that is related. However, again, we will be preparing materials to present to the council at the August meeting, either like a white paper and an options paper, which again doesn't mean that that's how you need to move forward, but it will provide some ideas on how this could be modified. And then if you decide, you can task your SSC if you want them to look into that, of course. So also remembering that these actions are needed to prevent overfishing of the species. So that's why the council wanted to entertain this. So the request will be to bring this to the August meeting so they can observe that. Mr. Chair, I think you have a question or a comment.
Julia.
Julia McGrath for the record. So once again, we're talking here about more regulations again. As it pertains to the lobster for Puerto Rico, I have put it on a record at the last 3 meetings. The SSC, when setting the annual catch limit for that species, determined at that meeting that they were setting the annual catch limit lower than what the original models call for, and they were setting it there with the intentions of revisiting it if it's overrun. It was overrun twice. The Puerto Rican fishermen take 2 closures on that species, and up to this day, it still has not been revisited. We did the TARE process. That meeting took place, that was the last meeting that took place at the council office. The SSC used to meet in the council office. And it was said, and it's on the record, you guys need to go back and look at the minutes. And from there, you would see that the original number, and I could be wrong, was 769,000 pounds. We toned it down from that, and we set it at whatever the number is right now. We need to go back at that meeting minutes and revisit the lobsters of Puerto Rico, revisit the process that was done. Here we are talking about, we need more accountability measures, more is harvested in state waters than in federal waters. We're not doing our job. Who is taking the penalizing here again are the fishermen? You're gonna end up closing the lobster fishery down altogether for Puerto Rico, and it's not needed. There's a reason why we are overrunning, is because the annual catch limit is set too low. It would not be continuous show. It's not because there's more fishermen, there's more of this, more of that. It's the same set of guys, or even less fishermen harvesting. It's because the stock is healthy. And when we, and I say we because I'm part of the process, set the limits, we know we were setting it wrong. And we put it on the record back at that meeting that, remember what is said here today, we will revisit, but we still have not revisited, and they have taken 2 closures and headed towards a 3rd closure. So I'm putting it on a record again. Before any more regulations are set on the Puerto Rican lobsters, we need to go back and look at the data that was provided back then and reassess, are we actually setting a limit that is needed? Same thing with the dolphin and the wahoo. We made a decision we're going to set an annual catch limit on dolphin and wahoo, which is not needed. It's not needed. What's needed is the size limits because it's a species that is passing through. It's a migratory species that just channels through and makes the whole round of the world. But this is exactly what the executive order is talking about. We have different managements for the same species, and we continue to add more management now because there's an overrun of the dolphin and wahoo because they finally came through, the fishermen caught. We want to set a closure on it to regroup the loss of the overrun. That's wrong. It was said right here in this meeting. We say it in all the meetings. So it's not everything we need to beat to death. And this is why the association wrote the letter that it wrote. This is the opportunity for us to take each one of the managements that are in place right now and say, do we actually need to have 3 different types of management on one species? This is the problem that we are having. We are really, really tired of the over regulations of our fishery. And all happens when you over regulate the fishery is our markets are being flooded by imports. That is killing us. When we, the fishers, should be under commerce, which we are still making money, but we can't harvest because we went over the limit that was set, and the limit that was set was incorrect. Thank you.
We have Andy and then a chat.
Yeah, I appreciate the comments. I'm going to respectfully disagree with some of them in that we do have a CDR 91 spiny lobster assessment coming up, right? That is our opportunity to get the best available science and determine what the catch level will be. And based on the requirements of the Magnuson Act, we will look at that. The SSC will review it. They'll provide their recommendations to us, and we'll update our catch limits based on that for spiny lobster, right? For Puerto Rico, hopefully St. Thomas, St. John, St. Croix. With that said, we, the Fisheries Service, have seen that this accountability measure is not functioning well. And we've talked to our colleagues at Puerto Rico DNR, and they don't believe there's a problem with lobster, right? And so we've had those conversations. So we think there's a need to change that accountability measure to something that is more workable, that looks at the science, that looks at the data, that looks at other options, that doesn't just require federal waters to be closed, because we know that that's a limiting factor in terms of harvest, because most of it occurs in state waters, right? So this is an opportunity, in my view, maybe not deregulatory, but to change the regulation in a way that better works for both managers and the industry members going forward. And so that's really our goal with that action, coming back to you in August to just start to present some options to see what's available. And I think it leads in nicely then to that stock assessment report and whatever the annual catch limit increases will be come December and thereafter.
On chat.
Kevin McCarthy.
Thank you. I think Andy covered my point, so I'll just pass.
Okay, thank you, Kevin.
Okay, thank you. So continuing with the other topic that the council discussed, it was that there's some species that when the ACLs were set, for example, for the U.S. Virgin Islands, we talk about that there was a need to revise the catch limits for species that have enhanced reporting. And this is when the ACL is being monitored every year for averages. These are species that will and have in the past couple of years and went over the ACL, not because it was an increase in actual landings, just because the species, there was enhanced reporting for this species. Therefore, NIMS determined that there's not a need to implement accountability measures or closures on those species because it is due to enhanced reporting. And this is something, as you heard in the December meeting, that will continue to happen until the ACLs are revised, right? And we also talked to the December meeting that is just not for this species that will have enhanced reporting that have a need for catch limits, which are a requirement under the MSA, to be revised also for other species. And I think we all agree that there's a need to look into what information is available and determine, first of all, like I said earlier, for the status of species, let's look at what is the need for conservation of management on some of the species. And then through that process, also see what information is available, that data is available, what else can be used to revise those catch limits, not just for those species, but also for other species. So at least for the catch limits for species with enhanced reports, and which again, that it's going to continue happening, the council considered that that should be taken care of in 2026 based on the information. And again, because there were other things, like for example, the CEDARs that were happening. However, staff will ask the council to consider this, just looking into that for those revisions in 2025 and start that process. So the Caribbean Branch of Sustainable Fisheries, we have already started putting together a matrix of information for those species. What is the information that it's available? Remember the catch limit, the island-based FNP came into place in 2022, but it was a process that took a couple of years. And we want to see what information is now available that it's more at the species level. For example, for groupers in the U.S. Virgin Islands, for hogfish, etc., which are species that before they were all reported as an aggregate, like a category like groupers or triggerfish, etc. And then after, I believe it's 2012, there were changes in the catch report forms, and then they started to report in a species. So with the idea that will provide us better information, and if that is better information, then it should be used to revise those catch limits. But anyway, staff already started that process and putting together that matrix, and we would like to present that to the council at some point so they can see what information it's in there and see if there's some decisions. And again, looking into the need for conservation of management of many of the species. So can you go to the next slide? Okay, so this last slide is talking about 2025 ACL monitoring. NIMS every year conducts an ACL monitoring for all the species. NIMS has been able to do it already for U.S. Virgin Islands because the landings were available. It's still pending for Puerto Rico because the landings are not ready yet, in terms that, remember that there's landings that come from the catch report forms and and also landings from e-reporting. So staff is working on that. And then once those landings are ready to be used, then that monitoring will occur. However, for 2025, there's no overages for St. Thomas and for St. Croix, and then for St. Thomas and St. John, as I mentioned earlier, the usual groupers and the hogfish, they went over the ACL, and again, it was determined because of enhanced reporting. So there was no need to implement any accountability measures, and that ties to the topic I was just mentioning about revising those ACLs for those species. So this is a proof that that's something that will continue to happen. So Cedar 84 is the yellowtail snapper in Puerto Rico and St. Thomas St. John and stoplight parrotfish in St. Croix. There's going to be a review workshop in July. And then Kevin Science Center will provide more information about that during their participation. And then once they have outcomes from those, which is kind of expected to be later in the year, then they will convene the SSC to go through that and then discuss. And then Cedar 91 is Spiny Lobster for Puerto Rico, St. Thomas, St. John, and St. Croix. There is a review workshop in August 2025, and then plans to perhaps to present to the SSC, be ready to present to the SSC for discussion and later in the year, perhaps before the December meeting. So that's something that Kevin will be discussing. And remember, the SSC discuss and provide recommendations to the council and the ABC. So because those are not, as I mentioned earlier, those are not going to be ready until the end of the year, that means that staff is not going to be working with any amendments or anything that may come from that based on their, what the council wants to do with the recommendations. And so we may be able to, based on what the council wants to move forward through the rest of the year, right? Based on the conversations that were had earlier, then a staff would be available to work on other things that we mentioned before. And the last thing I want to mention is that was brought to at the December meeting is the U.S. Virgin Islands compatibility of regulations with the EEC. That's something that the DPNR was wanting the council to bring back to the table. And there's no action that has been done from the council side at this point, but the idea is to have a working group that from the DPNR council, NOAA Fisheries, that we can sit down and look at if there's a need to do compatible regulations and what are those and what this is mostly a DPNR-led action that the council will be updated on that once there's more information. So that's all I have for this. And I would say that if the council, like what we did in December meeting, if at the end of tomorrow, they want to revisit anything that wasn't here to provide more guidance to staff at the end of the meeting, they're certainly welcome to do so. Thank you.
Thank you, Maria. Before we go on a break, any questions for Maria? All right, hearing none, we'll take a quick break. About 15 minutes.
Te veo un ratito. No, el número. Tampoco. No, aquí por aquí no. Tengo que preguntarle a mí. Lo voy a hacer.
Alrighty, we're gonna get back to the agenda. So. Alrighty, we're gonna get back to the agenda since we're. Okay. Okay.
Gracias.
Okay, we have a couple of introductions for some people that just came on board. I know Senaya has arrived. So, and then we have a new member from the DPNR, has a legal counsel. Would like him to introduce himself.
Good morning, everybody. Kyle Beagley, legal counsel with DPNR, Fish and Wildlife Division. Excited to be here. Look forward to working with y'all.
Good morning. I'm just mainly here to listen, but I'm Dinora Chassin. I'm the USVI Fisheries Liaison, so happy to be here.
Tonight.
Sinai Haptis, Bureau Chief of Fisheries, Division of Fish and Wildlife, designee for Commissioner Jean-Pierre Oriol, DPNR.
Thanks, Sinai. Alrighty, and then I was also told to make a comment. If there's anyone online that wants to make a comment in Spanish, we will translate it over here on our side. So feel free to make any comments online that's in Spanish, and we'll take care of it on our side.
Sí. Vamos a decirlo en español, ¿verdad? Que las personas que estén en línea que necesiten hacer algún comentario en español pueden hacerlo y acá lo traducimos. Gracias.
Thank you, Christina. All right, continuing with the agenda. No, we have, yeah, I'm sorry, yeah, Amendment 4 to the Puerto Rico FMP.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is Christina, if you can put the amendment for presentation. Okay, good morning, everybody. This is Maria Lopez with Sustainable Fisheries Division, Caribbean Branch of the Southeast Regional Office of NIMS, and I'm going to be presenting on Amendment 4 to the Puerto Rico FMP, reclassification of the rainbow runner as a pelagic species. Next slide. Okay, this is an action that we have been discussing for a while. As I mentioned earlier, it was scheduled for final action during the past council meeting. However, staff needed to make some adjustment to the document, and that document revised had been provided in the briefing book for the council, as well as the codified text if the council would like to take final action. This is an action that was requested by the Puerto Rico DAP, and the council tasked staff to look into it, prepare an amendment to reclassify the species under the the rainbow runner, which is a pelagic species, a new species under the Puerto Rico FMP. And it had been included under the reef fish component along with other jack species. However, and as such, as a reef fish, part of the reef fish component, the species is subject to management measures that apply to the reef fish, such as seasonal closures. For example, the Bajo de Seco seasonal closure that during the closure time, the harvest of possession of reef fish is not allowed, and also recreational bag limits that apply to reef fish, among others. And we'll discuss that later. So the rainbow runner is it's primarily a pelagic fish of the Jacks family, and is widespread to the tropical waters and inhabits both coastal and offshore areas. And it's an important species for recreational fishing, and typical fishing techniques include using poppers, trolling, light bait, and jigs. It's just some information on the species. So this species is currently managed with a commercial and a recreational ACL, a reef fish specific accountability measure, and an aggregate reef fish recreational bag limits. And as I mentioned earlier, regulations applicable to reef fish, such as the Bajo de Seco, seasonal closure that goes from October 1st to March 31st each year. That provision currently applies to the rainbow runner as the status quo. Next slide. Other important information is that the rainbow runner is not listed currently on the Puerto Rico commercial catch report form. So that means that the information that is received on the landings, commercial landings of the species is limited. It can be added as an add-in. So they have to include them within the broader listed category of jacks, or writing rainbow runner as its landings on the form. There's a similar issue with the e-reporting for this species. Fishermen who land rainbow runner have to search for rainbow runner in the list of other species in the app, or include its landings under the broader category of jacks. However, during the past council meeting, we also discussed, the council discussed requesting the DNER if they were able to include the species as a direct entry in the commercial catch report form and in the e-reporting. The DNER, you may correct me if I'm wrong, but you guys were going to look into that. And the idea with that is, so that information data can be, the landings information, better landings information can be collected, because this is one of those species that is currently managed under the Puerto Rico FMP. So with that said, it is expected that reported commercial landings of the species do not necessarily represent all the catch, and that reported commercial landings of jacks include catch of rainbow runner as well as other species. And this is all noted in the amendment that you have in your briefing book. So this is something that can change in the future if that species is directly added to the catch report forms. Okay, so next slide. So the objective of this action is to ensure that rainbow runner is managed in accordance with its life history characteristics and fishing patterns, which are consistent with council management of pelagic species. So this action, it's basically reclassifying the rainbow runner, which is species name Elagaris bipinulata, from the Puerto Rico Reef Fish Group to the Puerto Rico Pelagic Fish Group through Amendment 4 to the Puerto Rico FMP. So what are the outcomes from taking this action? That means that regulations that apply to reef fish, such as the recreational bag limit, the Bajo de Seco seasonal area closure applicable to reef fish, and the reef fish specific AMs would not apply to the species any longer. That means that specific regulations that apply to pelagic fish would be applicable to rainbow runner. And those regulations are the annual catch target, that it's set only for pelagic species. Remember, pelagic species are new to management, so we're still in the process of, determining how to best manage this species, and in terms of what actions to take if the annual catch targets or the annual catch limits are exceeded. So that annual catch target was set at 90% of the current ACL for the species. And as a reclassification for the species of pelagic group, then that means that pelagic fish specific AM, it will be applicable. Okay, so In other words, anything that applies to a reef fish category that I mentioned before will not be applicable to the species any longer if this reclassification is done. Next slide. So in this action then, the council decided that they wanted to establish an ACT for rainbow runner because of the classification as a pelagic fish, because that is the management for pelagic species that was decided in the island-based FMP. So that's what would happen. So the pelagic species, as I mentioned, are mentioned with an ACT set at 90% of the ACL for each sector. Establishing an ACT, in addition to the ACL, is a precautionary management measure to address uncertainty in the management of pelagic species. And that uncertainty comes because this is a new species for management and we don't have like a extensive history of landings for the species. So for the ACL, the ACL continues to be the same at this time, right? That doesn't mean that we cannot revise it. And that was one of the things that the council was talking about. With better information, with newer information, the council would like to eventually revise the ACLs for this species. And this was one of the recommendations from the SSC last year when they reviewed this. The ACL continues to be, this is not changing the ACL, I want to make that clear. It's going to continue to be the 913 pounds, recreational, 8,091. And then from that, that reduction at 10% or 90% of the ACL will be that proposed ACT. For the commercials, it's 822, and for 822 pounds, and for recreational, 7,282. So that will be the new ACT, and then that means that ACT is exceeded, right? It's a precautionary measure, then that will trigger that AM, and then the AM said that if corrective action is needed, NIMS could apply management measures such as a trip limit, and these are just examples, trip limit, a closure, or anything else that that would help protect the long-term sustainability of the resource, right? And that right now, as you all know, this is something that the council would like to make a decision as to what that corrective action is, and that's why the council will be looking into this year. But right now, this is the AM that applies to pelagics, and I'm going to read it. It says, the AM for pelagic species compares the sector-specific ACT to available sector-specific landings. If landings for one sector are not available, then the ACT for the sector with available landings is the applicable ACT for the stock. If the AM is triggered, then NIMS in consultation with the council will determine appropriate corrective action. If the exceedance is the result of enhanced and improved data collection and monitoring, NIMS and the council may determine that no corrective action is needed. If a corrective action is needed, NIMS could apply management measures such as closure, trip limits, that's an example, which would help protect the long-term sustainability of the resource. So we know from a testimony at the council meeting, and this is all included in your document, rainbow runner is an incidentally caught species in federal waters around Puerto Rico. Commercially, it's not really a high priority species. And while leaving the species classified as a reef fish could provide protection to the species to the reef fish AM, a reduction in the fishing season will not apply to federal waters unless, obviously the Puerto Rico state government agrees to similarly close their waters to all harvest, which is not something that that would happen with if this is moved to pelagics. And so go to the next slide, please. Sorry for that. So another thing that would change, as I mentioned earlier, is that the Bajo de Seco seasonal area closure restrictions for reef fish harvest would not apply any longer to rainbow runner. This is included all in the amendment. This is a summary. Commercial and recreational fishermen could legally fish for rainbow runner in the Bajo de Seco management area during the seasonal area closure, as is the current case with other pelagic species and non-managed species. So that's what would happen is once these regulations are implemented. The proposed action is not expected to change how rainbow runner is currently fished, and the landings expected to continue to be constrained by the applicable ACL and corresponding ACT as part of the analysis that was done in the document. The last thing that would happen is that the rainbow runner would be removed from the reef fish recreational back limits. Removing the species from any protection afforded by the aggregate back limit could result in an increased rate of catch of the species by the recreational sector, though they will still be constrained to the recreational ACL. Although, as you all know, in the absence of recreational landings, the commercial ACT and ACL will be applicable for the species. And this is because we currently don't have recreational landings and monitoring of recreation, but work is being done in that respect. However, it is expected that if a rainbow runner is removed from the recreational back limit, that recreational fishermen would continue to catch a similar amount of rainbow runner as they did before the species was federally managed, which is less than 1 fish per day. And this is all part of the analysis that is included in the document, and that is the analysis that supports the decision for the council to move the species from a reef fish, from the reef fish category to the pelagic group category. Okay, next slide, please. This is a summary. This presentation is shorter because if you recall, during the December 2024 meeting, we gave a longer and more thorough presentation to the council. And so I'm basically just providing a summary at this point, but if there are any questions, I would be happy to answer those. So in summary, removing reef fish specific management restrictions for the species by reclassifying it as a pelagic fish is not expected to result in an increase in fishing effort based on the analysis and discussion in the Amendment 4. Rainbow runner behaves as a pelagic species and has been historically targeted as a pelagic species, with both commercial and recreational catches being infrequent and variable, and this is not expected to change based on this reclassification. Landings will continue to be constrained by the applicable ACL and the corresponding ACT. If the AM is triggered, then NIMS, in consultation with the council, will determine appropriate corrective action. A fishing season reduction could result, but it is not the applied action like it is for the reef fish AM. The council could revisit the ACL and ACT for the rainbow runner to address any future changes in effort, for example, changes in market demand or changes in reporting, etc. And I wanted to include in here that including the rainbow runner as a direct entry in both the CCR form and the e-reporting app could enhance the information available for revisiting the ACLs for the species. Okay, so last slide, please. So this is the action items and next step. April 2025, this meeting, the council reviews the draft amendment and the codified text and may take final action. Next, the council, if the council takes final action, then the council submits the amendment to NIFS for approval, which means once the document is ready and or clean, ready to go. I mean, if there are any changes are usually very minor and editorial, and the staff will notify the council chair what are those changes. And then the council formally submits the amendment to NIFS for approval, and then NIFS start developing the proposed rule. This is an amendment, so there's also going to be a notice of availability of the amendment. So there's 2 opportunities for comment. The proposed rule is published, and then after the comment period closes, which is 60 days for the, usually 60 days for the amendment and 30 days for the comment for the proposed rule, the NIMS will develop the final rule. If there are any comments, those comments are addressed during the final rule, and then that is published. And 30 days after the final rule closes, the amendment becomes effective. So that is the plan, right, for this action. And then the next thing we wanted to present is the codified text for Christina's going to put in the screen the codified text for this action. And Graciela is going to go through that. And a codified text is basically what changes goes in our regulations. And those changes are will be changed. What it's currently in the reef fish for this particular species, what is in the reef fish section of the Puerto Rico FMP. This is an amendment only for the Puerto Rico FMP because the species is not a species managed until under any of the U.S. Virgin Islands management plans. And then that will make, these changes would make the species consistent, management of the species consistent with management for pelagic species. Graciela, go ahead. Thank you.
So you do have the codified text in ISUS.
No, Graciela, just, can you tell us what the codified text is, just for the record? ¿No puede decir que es el codified text antes de que empiece?
So the codified, sorry, I defer to Kate.
Do you want me to answer that, sir? Okay, Kate Zamboni for the record. The codified text is basically the words that we would submit to the Federal Register and then ultimately the changes that would be made in the Code of Federal Regulations. So what we're trying to show to you is exactly how, what Maria described, changing the way the species is managed from a reef fish to a pelagic fish, what changes would be made to the words that are currently in the Code of Federal Regulations.
Okay, so you do have the version in the ISUS that you can read off, but this will be specifically for 50 CFR Part 622, Fisheries of the Caribbean, Gulf of Mexico, and South Atlantic. And the changes basically follow what Maria just presented. So specifically for Table 1, you are, which are the pelagic species that you have already in place. It includes now the rainbow runner to the fish definition of pelagics. Okay, so there is the jacks. It's all in. You can follow also the comments by Scott Sanford, who prepared the codified text for us. And then in Table 3, which is the one for reef fish, we'll be eliminating the rainbow runner from Table 3 in the code. So you would have, can you go up a little bit more? The other jacks are left behind. Búscalo jacks. Ahí. So originally it said rainbow runner in that table, so it's not there anymore. And can we keep going down to 622.440? Okay, so this one will remove rainbow runner from the reef fish commercial and recreational for the ACLs, and it will establish the new ACT for the rainbow runner. There is no change in the ACLs for the rainbow runner. So it's removed in this table from reef fish. Go up to the jacks so that they can see it. So it's not there anymore. Can we go down, please? To the next page. And the next. And go down to page, I forgot to, okay, page. Where it says keep going. Should have given you the page number, but I forgot. Let's keep going. One more page. One more. So it's included in that definition. Okay, it's broken in a different place than mine. Okay, so go up a little bit where it says pelagic fish, ACLs, right there. So if you read that paragraph, that includes the ACLs and ACTs for the now moved into the pelagics rainbow runner, and go back to the stock complex, down. But next page. Okay, so right there. Okay, so because it's added to the pelagics, if you look at number 3, go up a little bit more. 2, 3, there, Jack's Rainbow Runner. So that's the ACL for Rainbow Runner for the commercial harvest. And below it on little II, it's the commercial ACT that Maria mentioned. And II through I is the recreational ACL. And the next one is the recreational ACT. So this is new. This has changed from the original code. So let's go to the next paragraph. Okay. So because of these changes, there is going to be a reordering or redesignation in the forthcoming paragraphs. So they will be reading differently from what we had before. It doesn't add anything. It just rearranges the way that it's implemented. If you go down to number 8, page down. Sigue para la próxima. Okay, so anyhow, so the other, where's the AM? There, thank you. Okay, so the pelagic fish AM application, the current pelagic AM will now also apply to the rainbow runner, and in addition to the other defined pelagic species. And I think that covers every change that you've reported on. And this is what goes along with the FMP amendment.
Thank you, Graciela. So those are, thank you, Graciela, for reading the codified text. That codified text was prepared by NOAA Fisheries for a regulation branch. And this is, as we mentioned, this is what would change in the CFR 50 part 622 under the Puerto Rico FMP. So next, that concludes the presentation. So next is the council to discuss how they want to move forward. And if they want to move forward, then they can prepare a motion based on what they want to do. So we'll be here to assist if needed.
Miguel.
And Maria, and this is just to finish the process that was started some time ago. So most of the discussion that we have here is already in the minutes, etc. So at this time, what the staff is presenting to you is the product, the outcome of all those discussions. So at this time, what we need to hear from the council is, do you agree with the codified text? Do you agree this is the intention that you have? And then a motion to approve it with amendments if you need to have amendment, or just without amendments.
Okay. Vanessa?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Vanessa Ramirez for the record. As we have been discussing this since December, and now with the presentation that Maria brings to us, I think we should move on with this and present a motion.
¿Qué hace la moción?
Mr. Chair, if based on what Vanessa just said that they wanted to move forward, we have some suggestions for the council that we can provide as a motion, and then you can adjust how you see fit. So can you, okay, thank you very much.
Yes, just give me 1 minute, please. Let me read it.
Sena, you have a comment?
Yeah, before we made the motion, I just wanted to ask a question to DRNA regarding reporting, just so we make sure we have like a timeline or idea, because that will then change like how we view it and what we have to do. So I was going to ask Ricardo if he had an idea if Rainbow Runner was included in either of the reporting formats already, electronic or paper, and for which ones it is not, what they thought is the feasibility of getting it included in terms of a timeline.
Ricardo?
Ricardo Lopez for the record. Yes, we have the Rainbow Runner already included in e-reporting in the application as a separate species, and we will do the same in paper. Even so, we have a blank in the paper that the fisherman can put the name of the species that he is reporting, apart of all the other that have their names and the pictures. But we will include it on paper too very soon, probably in the next printing batch.
So I got a quick question. This is really for Puerto Rico FMP, right? Not, okay, strictly that. All right, okay. So we need a second for the motion. Vanessa is moving the motion. We need a second.
James Craiglow, second.
Okay. So the motion reads, the council moves to approve Amendment 4 to the Puerto Rico Fishery Management Plan, reclassification of the rainbow runner as a pelagic fish, and submit the amendment to the Secretary of Commerce for review. The council allows staff to make editorial, non-substantive changes to Amendment 4 and give the council chair the authority to deem any modifications made to the amendment and regulations as necessary and appropriate for implementing Amendment 4. Any discussion? Okay, we'll take it to a vote. Okay, there'll be a roll call vote. I'm going to start on my right with Craiglow.
Andy Strelchek, yes.
Vanessa Ramirez, yes.
Ricardo Lopez, yes.
Sinai Haptis, yes.
Sabater?
Say yes.
Okay, thank you. Color Fisher, yes. Motion carries. So next on the agenda is the SSC report. Vance?
Yeah, thank you and good morning to all. Sinai, I'm glad you made it. Because I don't have that much to say. Anyhow, again, good morning. Thanks for the invitation. In summary, the SSC during 2025 has performed some jobs indirectly because we did not hold a meeting in 2025. So for the record, the SSC of the Caribbean Fishery Management Council did not hold a formal meeting in 2025. That does not mean that we did not exchange information and ask questions and answer questions among the group. And pardon. So anyhow, going back to the last meeting, the 185th Caribbean Fishery Management Council meeting, the SSC was charged with the following tasks. One, Miguel stated very clearly that the council cannot submit a proposal and that all the money that the council gets has to go through the grant office, but the members of the council and the members of the SSC can make proposals. So I would like to propose that in our next meeting, whenever it is, in 2025, that we would like to follow up on this subject. Like, for example, select the proposal topics, which species, which type of habitats and ecosystems are going to be involved in the proposals. And again, reiterating, this should be included in our next SSC meeting. Then Andy made a motion, Andrew Stelworth, he says, okay, I will make a motion to request the SSC to review the pelagic and spiny lobster ACL overages at their next meeting. And it was seconded by Senai. So again, this topic should be included in the next SSC 2025 meeting agenda. In addition, we were reminded when I said with the SSC that we are involved with the CEDAR process. Once the CEDAR process is completed, it goes to the SSC, and the SSC meets and brings recommendations to the council, and then the council decides to take action on the results of this stock assessment. So that means that there are amendments that are going to be prepared. The next after CEDAR, just for the record, during the 2025, the SSC participated in several activities. One, we participated in the Caribbean Seminar Series, which was performed in March 18, 2025, with very interesting presentations. It was a double feature. One presentation was given by Aaron Plinick of the University of Florida, presenting the topic, Unraveling the Ecological Consequences of the 2022 Diadema Mass Mortality Events. And this was a very significant presentation because he demonstrated how the effect of this keystone species, where we may say affects essential fish habitats. Okay, so just for the record. The second presentation was given by Tom Weiger from Wageningen University and Research, presenting Restoring Caribbean Reefs One Spine at a Time, the culture and rearing of the long spine sea urchin Diadema antillarum. Anyhow, this topic again brought up the importance of several species which are listed under the island FMP of Puerto Rico and the Virgin Islands. And there are no specific management measures proposed for this ecosystem species. I mean, these species modify the ecosystem, their primary production, the biological diversity, and they need to be looked at more carefully. Anyhow, that's it. The other activity that we were involved was on the follow-up discussion of the national SCSA outcomes. This was conducted in March 20, 2025, which, as I explained in the last meeting, the topic was applying ABC control rules in a changing environment. And here Graciela took most of the weight, like usual. So she was very effective in this discussion. Third, we were asked, the SSC, Chelsea Harms Tuohi from the Isla Mar, a scientific organization on the west coast of Puerto Rico. And she informed that she had been contracted by the Caribbean Fishery Management Council to conduct the Caribbean Climate Vulnerability Assessment, okay, alias CVA, for priority council managed species. So we discussed among several members of the SSC, and of course, with Graciela, and we had different opinions. The list was provided to us, and some species were proposed to be added, and maybe Graciela can expand on this a little bit more. I was stressing the importance of including epibenthic invertebrates, okay? Corals, sponges, which keep a record of climate change by the different proportion of oxygen 18, oxygen 16 isotope ratios. You can tell what were the temperatures, and with other isotopes, you can go back several hundred years and determine what were the climate conditions then. So I suggested that at least hard scleractinian corals, as well as sclerosponges, which are sponges that grow very slowly and also keep a record, sometimes for over 1,000 years, of what were the climatic conditions then. Then Richard jumped on me and said, man, I don't want to know about corals. We need species that have been listed by the council. And so I said, okay, well, maybe I can back up on this. Whichever way, this needs to be discussed again as a topic in the next SSC meeting. And okay, then also Michelle Scherer, who is a member of the SSC, she wants us to discuss in the next meeting the permit application to conduct the studies in St. Croix regarding the Nassau groupers. So anyhow, these are topics that I think that we should discuss in the next meeting, but I'm open for suggestion. So don't look at me like that, Miguel. I didn't say anything wrong. Maybe Graciela wants to expand a little bit on this proposed topics.
So
Graciela.
for every SSC meeting, thank you, Vance, we do an agenda that we submit to the SSC members to see if they need to include anything. They were already preparing for the national SSC meeting, which has been postponed. So that's, it's too bad because it's when all of the SSC members or representative of the SSC members from all the councils get together, we can feed from the information that they provide and what they do and use in other councils. We are very much interested in things like the flexibility on how to do stock assessment for the tropics. We're interested in the use of socioeconomic information for stock assessment, and probably some environmental issues that need to be addressed when we're looking at the vulnerability of these species to changes in the environment. So we do have a list. We're missing a couple of topics. CEDAR 84, it's coming online in July. So that should be the review. SSC members participate on that, as well as the observers from the industry. And CEDAR 91, it's apparently happening the last week of August in Charleston, South Carolina, we think. There are uncertainties because of budget issues and the possibility of finding hotels that will host the meetings for a reasonable price. So we're working on that. So most likely the SSC meeting will have a virtual meeting, and we have to decide on the date depending on the list of actions that the council wants to proceed with immediately. And Miguel and I have talked about that, and most likely it would result in a virtual meeting. We also have the SSC online for when the EBFM tab has information to provide to the SSC that they would like the SSC to comment or make suggestions or agree with or disagree with what the tab is doing. So that's also coming online. That's another topic that we have. So the SSC has already been participating not only in the CVAs for most species, but there is also another project that will be looking at modeling red hind and lobster. So they will also be pulled into that discussion. Probably they will come in as a stakeholder interest group or something like that, but that's forthcoming. That's still not happening. I think that's all I have. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Vance.
Thank you, Graciela. I have a comment which I already mentioned before, and it's regarding the virtual meetings. I mean, when the SSC gets together, it's very important to be in direct contact with the fishers. And sometimes I am a little bit not satisfied with having a non-person meeting. And I was looking at this, but then Miguel brought out a figure. I didn't know that we were so expensive. Jesus, 60 between $60,000 and $80,000 every time we meet. God, this makes me feel valuable actually. But I was thinking, Miguel, that maybe one thing that we can do. I think 6 of our 11 SSC members are local, are in Puerto Rico. So maybe those can get together in your office, in your conference room, and then from there we can contact the allochthonous individuals I don't know, just that will save some money. I don't know whether enough, but it's those that can. And actually, I'm personally willing to pay my own trip. I don't care about per diem or nothing.
But you
So,
look at someone who
to be there, I know. Yeah, but you still pay me, you know? So
No, but
anyhow,
seriously,
that's something I wanted to bring up and see what your opinion is.
no, Vance, seriously, that's one of the avenues that we are pursuing because the budgetary constraint is one thing, but our responsibility is another. And we have to meet them as best we can. So this is something that Graciela and I were talking about those possibilities. But I had to get my other part of the budget before we make any decision. So once we have that, then we can say, okay, because the importance of the SSC and the DAPs. And that's what this council have the DAPs chair sitting in every council meeting. So that's a good idea that we should pursue. And I will let you know as chair of the SSC, when we receive the money, we can do that. But and we won't pay even for your ticket.
Okay. Thank you, Miguel.
Julian, Andy and then Julian.
Yeah, thanks, Vance, for the update on the SSC. And I agree with you. I think in-person interaction is of utmost importance if we can afford to do so. And I was also going to suggest a hybrid approach if that's something that's affordable to the council going forward. A few things. So, Vance, you mentioned obviously the pelagic and spiny lobster accountability measures. I agree. I think that's something that's timely for the SSC discussion. We have the CDARs that are coming up. So I was going to ask Graciela, I guess from a timing standpoint, it seems like the SSC maybe would meet sometime after those CDARs, just to kind of make it as efficient as possible. Is that what you're thinking of in terms of timing?
Well, the CEDAR 84 meets the week of July 15th. And usually the CIs and Vance, who will chair that, they have to prepare the final review of the process. So that would be yellowtail snapper for St. Thomas and Puerto Rico and parrotfish for St. Croix. That usually takes probably between a month and 3 months. I think, Kevin, it's online, but that's the earliest that they would have, the report coming out. And that's what the SSC reviews in order to recommend to the council if there needs to be a change in the ABC for those species.
Okay, thank you for that timing. So maybe what I was thinking won't work, but I feel like it's going to be important that we talk about the accountability measures, kind of bring back a document to the council first and then go to the SSC thereafter. And then, as Maria mentioned earlier this morning about the sustainable yield levels for various species and possibly starting to go down the road of kind of evaluating species in need of conservation and management. That might be as well some information we'd want to at least start preparing for the SSC to react to, even if it's early in the process, and add that as well as an agenda topic. But it would have to come after that August council meeting.
So thank you for that. The spiny lobster CEDAR will take place August 24th. So then that puts us into most likely the October, November, December range. So it's up to the council to provide us with, the specific recommendations on what topics you want, because, we can have separate meetings and that could be done.
And it sounded like we may need two separate SSC meetings, one to kind of handle some of the council topics before us after we meet in August, and another is a follow-on for the CDAR assessments.
Miguel.
We budget for 2 meetings, and now that we're talking about having the hybrid meeting, it's a doable thing that we could do. We can put priority into it. And then Graciela and Vance should meet and go over the agenda and the topics and the schedule as you want to discuss it.
Okay, I have Julian and then Kevin.
Yeah, I just was commenting on what Van said. That was a good idea. If we could, meet at the council office, we don't have to, if you want to bring, like, say, Gerson and myself as DAP people, we can stay at a very cheap hotel. You don't have to stay at a fancy hotel. We don't have a problem staying in a DoubleTree or something, whatever is cheap, whatever, Hampton or whatever. But just, I agree with him, in-person meeting, you accomplish a lot more because of when you got a bathroom break, when you got a lunch break, you're able to interact with the individuals and accomplish things that you don't normally accomplish in the rooms. You bring back a different mindset sometimes. So it's just something I'm saying.
Kevin?
Yep, thank you. So a couple of comments on Vance's presentation. First of all, thanks for the update, Vance, and also thanks for the shout out to our seminar series. I really appreciate it. As far as SSC meetings go, I'll have more to say about this in my presentation this afternoon. However, what I would remind the council as well as the SSC chair that we're going to have 6 stock assessments to review this year. I don't think that's doable in a normal SSC meeting. That's a lot. So also, as Graciela pointed out, I don't believe the CIE review document will be completed before the August SSC meeting. So we could talk more about this later this afternoon when I present some things, but I think it would be very difficult in a single, say, November meeting to thoroughly review all of those assessments. I could be wrong about that, but that's a big lift, right? Because we're going to have 3 spiny lobster assessments, 2 yellowtail snapper assessment, and 1 stoplight parrotfish assessment. So that's a heavy lift. So something to think about in planning SSC meetings. We won't have all the information. We'll have completed our work from the Science Center perspective, but the review body, the Center for Independent Experts, the CIE review, will not be completed, or at least the documentation won't be completed for the SSC's benefit. So they won't be able to see those. It's unlikely they'll have time to review that before August, if the documentation's even available by then, as Graciela pointed out. So something to think about in terms of the fall SSC calendar. It might be helpful to have another meeting in there, whether that's virtual, in person. Obviously, that's a council budget decision. But just a couple of things to think about in terms of the stock assessments. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Kevin. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a comment for the record. I have seen all the situation that Van's presenting here, and as Julian says, I think that we should put a special attention on this because our work in this table depends on the best advice that we can have from the SSC and the DAPS. So if it's possible to have those meetings as they suggest in the council office, and we can work on that with the budget that is assigned for the I know we are in low on that, but if they are able, and as Julian says, they have their best to put that budget lower to have that meeting, I think we should put a date or something for that before our August meeting, because if not, everything is going to be just stopped because we don't have the best advice possible to take decisions in this table. Thanks.
Okay. Vance, are you done? Okay. So
For the record, I'm done.
so now we have Sinai with the ecosystem-based fishery management technical advisory.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sinai Haptis, Bureau of Fisheries. Chief, VIDPNR, Division of Fish and Wildlife. Apologies, everyone, for my tardiness this morning. My flight got bumped back a little late, but I'm here now, and I will try and move this along as best I can. The BFM TAP has been dutifully working towards developing an FEP. I have some updates to provide you based on the individual working groups and where they've been going. A lot, however, from the work that we'll be doing will be presented to you in other presentations today or tomorrow. So I will just provide you with an indication of the things that are being done, and I will leave those details to the other presenters that will be coming up later. If you have questions on the things that I briefly go over, I would ask that you hold those until they come from the individual presenters. However, that should not disparage you from asking me things that would lead into a longer conversation on things that we need to make decisions on. So, next slide. As always, I'm giving you a brief background on the history of the EBFM TAP. The purpose is to assist the council in the development, collection, evaluation, and peer review of the statistical, biological, economic, social, and other scientific information relevant to the council's development of the FEP, which is the Fisheries Ecosystem Plan and its amendments. This is made up of fishers, scientists, and outreach and education persons engaged in ecosystems research, or those that are knowledgeable in the conservation and management of ecosystems and manage fisheries under the council's purview. We provide expert scientific and technical advice to the council through the SSC and aid the council in identifying resources available for the development of plans, primarily the FEP. And the objectives are to provide ongoing scientific advice on ecosystems-based fishery management for fishery management decisions, including recommendations for habitat, status, social and economic impacts, management measures, and ecosystem-based impact stressors and sustainability of fishing practices. I know you guys get tired of hearing this every time I present, but I think it is important to remind you of what we are doing in the EBFM TAP so you understand why we're doing it and the things that we are trying to do. So I'm going to continue with a couple of the things that we've already decided on. We have the mission, which you guys should know. The main purpose at present is developing the FEP to promote ecosystem-based approaches to ensure healthy, resilient, and productive marine ecosystems and the resources dependent upon those ecosystems within the context of the unique biological, ecological, economic, social, and cultural characteristics of those fishery resources and the communities dependent upon them. It took a lot of time coming up with this comprehensive mission that should incorporate all of the aspects that came to us from the council. This framework promotes the following goals. I will not go through those again, but they're there listed. You can look at them. If you have questions on them or you have recommendations on them, feel free to email me either during the meeting or come talk to me at the meeting. This should be on ESU eventually, and it's there now. Thank you, Christina. So if you have questions on those recommendations for us to review, the next time we have an EBFM TAP meeting, please come talk to me. Next slide. In our last EBFM TAP meeting, we updated the strategic and operational objectives, adding the ones in blue, which are ensuring ecosystem essential species are considered in management. This is considered an operational objective. Reduce and monitor marine diseases, which is another operational, which should be part of the reduction of degradation aspects. Support tourism opportunities to promote healthy fisheries and habitat. Develop education and outreach opportunities to support sustainable fisheries and habitat. And then on the last operational objective that we added was ensuring data collection incorporates sources from all sectors, commercial, recreational, for hire, to inform management decisions in the U.S. Caribbean for operational objectives. So this is the framework that we're working on for developing the FEP. All right, we're doing that through a set of 5 different working groups. What I will do now is provide you updates on what those working groups are working on. Next slide. The first working group was the Conceptual Models Melding Working Group. You guys should be aware that this is work that was done by JJ Cruz Rivera, Tarcella Sierra, and Stacy Williams under a grant provided to them by LendFest. This was to develop stakeholder-driven conceptual models to support the EBFM in the U.S. Caribbean. That grant has completed, as well as the work from that working group, which resulted in a report that summarizes the major threats, the important aspects for indicators from stakeholders, as well as how those can work in the framework of an ecosystems-based fisheries management approach through the FEP. That information is now being digested through that working group and added into sections of the FEP for development. So the current work for that working group is focused on reviewing the draft FEP that we have and including this information. I've posted some of the main discussion posts that were found in that report, which are: the analysis emphasized the importance of participatory methods and co-production of knowledge to better understand factors affecting the region's fisheries. The identification of similar elements and relationships among different conceptual models provides a compelling method for prioritization to guide fisheries policy and management actions. We currently see its uses in the FEP process to include providing conceptualization of the fisheries ecosystem from the perspective of key stakeholders, using ecosystem elements with high agreement to guide strategic objectives, and then using those elements and threats to the ecosystem in the development of a risk assessment framework, which I will get to later. Identify data gaps and guide the development of future research priority documents and allocation of funds, and create a baseline for future iterations and monitoring efforts while ensuring continuous engagement and representation, right? This is finding a process that works to meet all of these. It has to be iterative and it has to be developed and agreed upon by the council. That is what is taking a while to develop this. The FEP is the plan by which we do this. So finding a way that incorporates all of these things that I'm talking about in a single document and a framework that can be used for us to do so is highly important. All right, next slide. The next working group is the Ecosystem Indicators Working Group. This is taking a lot of work that's been done by Mandy Karniskas and Carissa Gervasi that we're developing the ecosystem status report for the U.S. Caribbean through the Integrated Eco Assessment team. They presented at our last meeting. That ecosystem status report is in a draft phase that's almost finalized. We're taking the indicators from that, as well as the indicators presented from the Conceptual Models Working Group and the indicators identified as necessary for the risk assessment framework. This current working group is identifying and looking at all of those and putting them into the draft FEP plan as we speak. We coordinate on that, and they're working developed to identify the suite of ESR indicators, the conceptual model quantitative indicators, and a process by which we can prioritize the indicators. So they're in the process of drafting that and working to develop that. Next slide. A lot of that is informed by the risk assessment working group. We had a contractor, Lee Fletcher, who will be presenting her work on the risk assessment framework that she developed. That was in coordination with the risk assessment working group that was led by Tana Rankin. Tana had found funding through her division within NOAA and provided funding for the contractor to develop what I think is a very comprehensive and really feasible risk assessment framework that is highly useful for ecosystems-based fisheries management, but a lot of other management decisions that we need to make here in the U.S. Caribbean. And we hope to, develop that into something that can be used for the FEP for us going forward. Next slide. The next working group is the Multi-Species Modeling Roadmap. You may remember this as the data. I've already forgotten what it was because we're only calling it the Multi-Species Modeling Roadmap now, but it used to be the Data Hub one. And the purpose for that one was developing data management and coordination policies and infrastructure necessary to create operational ecosystems-based fisheries management in the U.S. Caribbean. What we've realized is part of that data management is really identifying the right types of modeling approaches that can be used and developing the right type of structure by which we can do that. To fund that, we've been working with Martha Prada and the council to get possible funding, which would help us develop a community of practice working group hub that will provide a lasting way that we can all interact and continue working on these things and develop ecosystems-based modeling and multi-species modeling approaches from all the disparate groups that are working on this. You know, there are a lot of different working groups right now that are focused on it. And there are a couple of us like myself or Maria or Kevin or Tana that sit on all of them. And it's getting a little difficult to move everything across a lot of different platforms so that we can all continue to keep pushing this, you know, process forward. So this working group right now is the one that is still meeting. We've had two meetings, one in December 12th and one in January. We're likely to have another later in the spring or early summer. The purpose is to develop a first draft of a multi-species framework table, which would identify the most appropriate or the possible multi-species modeling approaches that can be used given our species and given our data. Use the updated ESR indicator list based on the FEP list from both the ESR and the multi-species modeling work to use that to develop a model that has the right data approaches and find the best types of multi-species modeling that can be used here. A corollary aspect of this is the Southeast Fisheries Sciences Caribbean Branch Strategic Planning Toolbox Working Group, which I sit on, as does Kevin. And Kevin will talk about this later, so I won't steal his thunder, but we're recommending that there be a procedural workshop to provide U.S. Caribbean alternative management approaches. My hope is that if the proposal that I put in is funded, it is to develop a data management hub, as well as set up 3 in-person meetings that would fund people to come and develop the roadmap, start working on the multi-species modeling, and develop the data infrastructure system that we need to actually do this. All right, almost there, guys. We're coming down the hill now. Next slide. All right, so the last working group was the drafting FEP. All members are constantly working on this through the online version of the draft. We had a technical writer that was funded by Pew Charitable Trust. She completed a draft with the first 4 chapters in July of 2023. We've since revised that structure to include a couple of other chapters and more information. The format of it, I believe, that we've ended up with are the ones that are sitting on the screen right now. And we still have 2 more chapters that we need to add in, including a revision of the information from the indicators and the conceptual model, because both of those reports are finished. Next slide. So the red is stuff that we've done. We've finished the revised draft of goals and objectives. We've done the conceptual models. We've melded them. We've created the risk assessment framework thanks to Lee's very diligent and hard work. And we've finished the report from the conceptual models thanks to JJ and Tarsilla's hard work. Next slide. We have the strategic objectives that we completed in our last EBFM TAP meeting last year, and we've also added the operational objectives that we then will present to the SSC once we've completed a draft of the FEP. What we have left to do is the draft management strategy and a development of performance measures, and create an iterative feedback mechanism that allows adaptive management of the EBFM. And those are the things that we're trying to draft right now in developing the FEP. Our hope is to have a draft completed by November if we get funding for another technical writer to help us do this, because all of us have day jobs and drafting a document like this is likely impossible for any one of us to do. And then finally, hopefully submit it to the SSC and then finally the FEP later this year. Right now it says December of 2025. My guess is we'll likely have to push that into the spring of 2026. But that's what I've got. Happy to answer any questions if you guys have any.
Questions for Sinai? Andy?
Maybe not a question, but first, thank you, Sinai. I mean, this is a great reminder, as well as just a monumental effort right now that you're going through. So I think to me, in kind of sitting through the presentation, the key is, that section 4, which is the tools for the council, right? And how that ultimately is going to get integrated into management decision-making around this table, or that informs management decision-making before it even makes it to this table. So you said, I think August is kind of the timing for when you think that will be available, and a presentation or something like that following that would be really beneficial, I think, to really understand for these council members, myself, what we could ultimately use as tools for management. So just curious your thoughts on that.
Yeah, thanks, Andy. I think that's a great question. I think the risk assessment framework that Lee has developed, I think, has a lot of those tools that we were planning, and she thankfully went, and I think outside of just the normal single issue risk assessment framework, developed a larger framework that would be really useful for us to use in the EBFM context. And I think she'll present a little bit about that tomorrow. And I think that'll give you an idea of the direction we're heading with it. For us, taking that information and providing it in the context of the FEP is what I think we're going to do in the working groups, based on the specific indicators that are going to be available to us from the ESR conceptual model. So it's both using that framework from the risk assessment to identify a structure for the council through the SSC to make these decisions, but then also understanding that there is more information that is going to be needed, right? So there are going to be some of these indicators that we don't have, but we desperately need. And how do we get there? And so that is what we're trying to develop now through the multi-species modeling roadmap. So I think we have half of the work done through the risk assessment framework. The other half is saying, here's the data available now. Here's the data we're going to need, and here's the pathway that we get there. And trying to do that within a realistic context, given, the situation I think that we find ourselves in with U.S. Caribbean fisheries management right now, I think is really important. So that's the hard part, and that's what we're trying to develop.
Any more comments or questions for Sinai? All right, hearing none, I think we'll break for lunch.
You want us back at 1:30?
See you. So yeah, we're gonna go ahead and break for lunch, and the people online will be back at 1:30. Okay, we're gonna get started again. You can all grab your seats. Next on the agenda, we have Daniel Matos Caraballo with the progress of e-reporting applications after 4 years in the Puerto Rico Fishery Research Lab.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Let's do a little review of how is working the electronic application to report the trip tickets for the commercial landings in Puerto Rico. Let's see this progress report of the reporting application 4 years after the implementation. Next slide, please. Okay. So we started for the year 2017 to establish this program. We received the help of the Nature Conservancy and NOAA Fisheries. They work in collaboration with the Commercial Fisheries Statistics Program. And then we start to work for this electronic trip ticket. We would like to have a smartphone application to help the commercial fishers to report the landings data. Next slide. Finally, the first process was slow, in part because Hurricane Maria, but finally, for the year 2020, the application was ready. And if you remember, in March 15 of the year 2020, Puerto Rico started a lockdown because of the pandemic COVID-19. So the Commercial Fisheries Statistics Program personnel continued to work from home online, and we received the data by mail. So we distribute very carefully, and we continue to do the data entry. But then Ricardo Lopez talked with the Secretary of the DNR at that time, Rafael Machargo Maldonado, and Mr. Machargo, he loved the application, so he wrote the Administrative Order 2020-3 establishing the use of the e-reporting. So this day we started officially to receive some data via e-reporting. Next slide, please. So at the left, you see a picture of the paper trip ticket. So everything there, we have 42 species, and we ask information about depth, fishing places where they landing, also the fishing side where they catch. All this information was moved to a e-reporting, and at your right you see some pictures of how looks the application. There are many screens, but the fishers love that. Next slide, please. So at the end of the year 2020, what we have? The CCL is the paper trip ticket. E-reporting is the electronic trip ticket, the application. So we received 800,000 pounds of landings in the paper trip ticket, and we received 271,000 pounds in the application. We received a report of 15 1,430 fishing trips in the paper trip and 5,159 trips in the application. How many features covered in both trip tickets? Well, in the paper trip ticket, we had 755 commercial features, and for the first year, 406 commercial features used the application. So what happened after that? Next slide. Well, during the year 2021, after the lockdown and all the danger we live for the pandemic COVID-19, what we did? Well, personnel from e-reporting or Shell Catch Company came to Puerto Rico. Also personnel from the Nature Conservancy and personnel from DNER Commercial Fishery Statistics Program. We develop and coordinate many meetings around Puerto Rico. Next slide. Okay, in the next slide, we see a picture of one of those meetings. So we received 20, 25 features. In some places came 30 features, and they received information about the application, and the personnel from TNC and personnel from e-reporting and personnel for the Commercial Fishery Statistics Program, they talk one by one with every feature that was in the meeting, and they helped to install the application in their phones, and they started to explain how it works. And these meetings was very good, and the use of the application increased. Next slide, please. So in this slide, you will see the commercial landings reported in pounds via CCL. This is the blue columns, and VA reporting in the pale orange color. You see the year 2020, and then you see how for the year 2021, the people who used the application duplicate. And the year 2023, they were close to 600,000 pounds reported. And in the year 2024, you see also how popular it was. So probably 35–40% of commercial landings have been reported via the electronic trip ticket. Next slide, please. For the same period, from 2020 to 2023, you see now the number of trips reported. Again, the blue are the paper trip tickets, and the pale orange are the electronic trip ticket. And you see the same increase. So right now, over 9,000, 10,000 trips came from the reporting trip ticket. Next slide, please. And this is the most interesting, because for the same period from 2020 to 2023, you see the number of features that are using the paper trip ticket or the electronic trip ticket. And it's very interesting how the number of users of the paper trip ticket decreased, and the number of the application increased. And I would like to share some information. Maria Del Mar helped me with some very good questions. I would like to share the questions she told me and the answers. Maria Del Mar asked me, why so many features do not use e-reporting? So there are many answers for that. Most of them do not know how to use the smartphone. So others don't feel comfortable to use that. And a few number of features continue to use the trip tickets, the paper trip tickets, although they are able to use the application because they have some resistance to change. Okay. Another good question Maria Mar made to me was how many deficiencies or issues have the commercial fishers with the e-reporting data entry, and the answer for that is many fish trappers they have this complaint about the program, and it's that because they catch 6, 8, or 10 species per trip, they have for every single species they have to write the depth of the catch, the fishing area, the fishing gear, the fishing location. So they understand they have to repeat the same information many times. So this is the biggest complaint we have, and because of that, some of the fish trappers move from the electronic ticket to the paper ticket. So we are working with the reporting personnel to make some change in that. Another very good question by Maria del Mar was, which group of commercial fishers use more e-reporting? We checked the data, and 25% of the landings in the application came from the scuba divers. So they fish mostly conch and lobster. 19% of the landings reported via e-reporting are the bottom line fishers, so the deep water snappers fishers. And it's not a surprise to see that only 8% of the trap fishers are using. So we need to improve that. Next slide, please. So at this point, what are the challenge and needs we have? Well, I think everyone in this meeting have the same problem. We need recurrent funds to continue. So the money, we need more money, but everyone here have the same problem. So DNER and NOAA Fisheries must work together to keep e-reporting running. And let me tell you something. Shellcat, the company that work with e-reporting, do not receive a cent from 2 years. So we need to improve that. They are working for free. Hopefully that will change soon. Also, NOAA Fisheries is working to merge the e-reporting database to the CCL or paper trip ticket database. This task have been worked for the last 2 years. And I have to be honest with you, I thought that was an easy task, and I can't understand why it takes so long. But then I start to have some meetings with the people who are doing the merge, and I discovered it's very, very complicated. So it's not easy. And the people who are working with that from NOAA, they are very close, very, very close to finish this merge. But we need to complete that. Number 3, e-reporting must continue to improve yearly as new fishery needs arise or new piece of information arise. We have to continue to work with that. And number 4, DNER must continue to promote and educate more commercial fishers to use e-reporting. Of course, we would love to stop the use of the paper trip ticket and keep that one. But first, we need to have the assurance that we have the money to continue with this very important tool. One more slide. Okay. We hope to continue improving the e-reporting tool, and we hope to continue to improve the data collection. So if any of you have any question, I will be glad to hear, and if I know the answer, I will do.
Miguel.
Thank you, Daniel, for the presentation. What is the status of the port samplers that you used to have around the island? Is that still working? You plan to improve it?
Yeah.
And what is it? And then the second one, what is the difference in cost with the e-reporting versus the data collection using paper tickets?
Well, first question, the port samplers continue to collect biostatistical data, and also every single report we receive, the port samplers have to edit, check, and confirm. So we avoid errors and we avoid any false data come to us. So they continue to work in that way for the landings. And they continue to work until now. We have Luis Aníbal Rivera and Jesus León. They are the full-time or the regular personnel for the DNR. They both have been working for 40 years. So we are glad to have they with us. And also we have 3 additional port samplers. They are contractors. We receive some money from NOAA Fisheries. We are very grateful for that. And we have Wilson, who is here working with us and also working with the council. And we have Maria Angeline Leon, and we have Juan Lugo. They collect data and also help with the data entry of the paper tip tickets. They help us with that. And the last question you made was, what's the difference in cost? I don't know, Miguel. I have to. I take that like a homework. I have to see the difference. But we will have more time to collect data. That's for sure. And also they collect data for the correction factor. So, but I have to do this homework.
If I may, Mr. Chairman, the correction factor, you still use that?
We continue to collect the data. We stop the final analysis because we are working to merge the trip ticket data and the electronic trip ticket data. We are working on that to continue to use the correction factor.
Thank you, Daniel.
Oh, you're very welcome.
Julian.
Yeah, Julian McGrath for the record. So I like the idea of the e-ticket system, but I know it's a preliminary process that you're doing right now. But my question or my concern is, has any validation been completed on the e-tickets that you have received? In other words, so I turn in my report today. Has anyone now gone and actually do let's say a port sample off of that same catch to see if the two of them are validated, if they are matching somewhat close or not?
Yes.
Because I think that would be the key to it being accepted as a database that can be used in management is the validation process.
Yep. Yes, thank you very much, Gillian, for your question. And yes, we do the validation. I don't use the word validation when I answer the question to Miguel, but yes, the port samplers, they edit every single piece of information we receive and is validate. Nothing comes to the database before the process of the validation. So the port samplers try to know the feature and see if everything is fine. If we don't know the feature, we call the feature, and then we try to see them during, well, we say to the person, well, if you're going to fish, call us, and we want to be there to see when you come to the shore and landing to see that. So we try to do that. We try to validate every single piece of information.
So just a follow-up. So what I'm saying is I went out, I caught 100 pounds of bluefish today.
Mhm.
I reported out on my e-ticket that I caught 100 pounds of bluefish. What I'm saying is, when I land that 100 pounds of bluefish, has there been any port samplers there to validate that what I'm reporting, that 100 pounds, is actually correct for that trip? I understand the issue. I understand the part where they go in and make sure that the tickets are filled out properly. But my thing is, I'm reporting what I say I caught. But has there been like a pop-up where they actually check to see if that's what was caught? So it's like a check and balance. I hope I'm not making this confusing, but
No, we're not able to do that for every single landing because, but we at least we try to know who is the fisherman and what is their cash, and the port sampler with their experience know. Oh, sometimes they say, oh, Mr. Juan del Pueblo, he report 2,000 pounds of lobster. We call him, sir, you grow 2,000 pounds. Is that correct? I say, no, it's 200 pounds. So something like that, we try to cash in the process, and we try to meet everyone. Yeah, to reduce the bad data in the process. Yeah, Wilson would like to say something. No, come here.
Wait. Espérate, antes que le hable. There are two things that we're talking about and we should not mix. One is a validation by the port sampler and the other validation is by the program. When we started the program, we have, actually we did it with the University of Miami, and that's where the correction factor came to be. The correction factor was only used for Puerto Rico, not for the information that we sent to the Miami lab, because it was too subjective. The way they did it was, you have, during the same period that the port agents were reporting, we hired a guy that nobody knew who he was or who she was. That person would sat at the same port for 15 days, collecting every information that we're not, hey, how much you got there and everything. Then we compare that with the report by the port sampler. And that's how we found the escapement. And that's why we come with the correction factor. The problem with the correction factor is when we lost that ability because of the money, they became almost political.
Okay.
And in a bad way. For example, when I was there, the Secretary of Agriculture said, well, the fishery increased by 3%. And they called me. You had to show that 3% of the fishery increased because the Secretary said that. They did it twice. So I went to someone. They told me that they were going to be fired. But anyway, I said it. And then they finally understood that without the system of validation that we implemented, it was very difficult to implement. The other thing is that for some time, we lost the port samplers. And it was very difficult for the fishermen to come back. And the other thing is every time we have a problem, the fishermen stop sending information to us. And that was an issue. So the question is actually for Wilson and for Daniel, we still have those challenges. And then there will be, there are some plans in the future or near future to correct those issues?
Well, we continue to collect the correction factor with the port samplers so that they know they are they working for us. But the port samplers visit the landings area and collect the data and we compare that. So, but
Wilson. Wilson.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, thank you. Wilson Santiago, for the record, the Puerto Rico Fishery Liaison for the Council and DNR, but also a subcontractor for the statistical commercial program for the DNR. So I'm like a port sampler that work directly with the e-reporting app, the trip ticket. So for the question of Julian, yes, all the data is validated. First of all, the data in the e-reporting app that the fisher report, we sit down each day and to check one by one. To add to the other question and to add what Daniel was saying, we port samplers recover the effort data and the trip interview program. So all this data goes directly to the science center. Another thing, The correction factor 2 right now is directly in the CCL, Caribbean Commercial Landings program. So we, for example, when we do correction factor, when we do trip interviews, these go directly to the science center already. So all those data is validated with the data that the feature report in paper and in the app.
Thank you, Wilson.
Any more questions for Daniel? Is this in-season reporting? Are they reporting at sea, or when they come home, they log on and report?
Excuse me? What was the question?
When they report at sea when they're out there, or they come home and then they report?
If they have internet signal, they can do on the boat. But maybe or probably they do when they landing, because then they weight the fish and they know what they catch. But they're able to do that. But mostly they do when they are on the fishing landing center, on the fishing village, where they have the balance to weight and everything like that. Yeah.
Maria.
Thank you, Daniel, and thank you for answering my questions.
I have a question.
We're coming to you, Sabater.
Do you want Roberto to go ahead?
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead, Sabater.
Okay, sorry for the interruption. Is there any possibility, probability, or whatever that this will be applied to the recreational area of fishing?
Yeah. Ricardo, would you like to answer that? We are working on that. We will love to do that. We try to find the money. We propose that to the secretary. We talk with other people, and yes, we will love to do that. But again, we need funds.
I have a group of people, fishermen, around 20 to 25, that are willing to be like a guinea pigs or something like that to get the application started.
Yeah. Even we try to start a pilot project, but we can't.
Wilson?
Oh, yes. Yes. Thank you, Sabater, for that. Yes. And yes, we have been working, but I can tell that for the recreational sector, it's going to be very difficult for us as a government agency to get the data from the fishers to make them reported in an app. Why? Commercial fishers have to report by law. By law, if not, when they renew their license, they get a fine. But we don't have a recreational license. We have never had. So, in my experience, yes, the commercial fishers report in the app or in the paper, but they have to do it. I know that I know some recreational fishers that are willing to do it. Very responsible guy. Like all of them are responsible, but because it's not by law reported, it's going to be very difficult. But we are working in that.
Carlos? Yeah, but we've been discussing this in Puerto Rico for 20 years. I was part of the group. We spent $3 million one time, $3 million another, and still we're the same position. The legislature.
I couldn't hear what the person was saying.
The thing is that this is a key problem now, because as you know, there's a push to get that information. And that's why Graciela and I discussed that many times. The one solution, or not one solution, but one possibility was to establish a project for a sampling of the data that is collected by recreational fisheries. At that time, the cost of that was about $500,000. And if I have Daniel for $500,000 now, he will kill me. But that's really what happened at that time. Mm-hmm. We also have some experts, some people that were like Tom Gedanke, who developed a sampling program that could be applied to recreational commercial. Is that something that you still have in the books or that you can use if the monies are available?
Sure. And it was very interesting that Todd Gedanke do his very good job and was very similar to our results. So we are very glad for that. But yeah, what Todd do was great.
Sinai.
Maria?
Andy had a comment as a council member. Honestly, I forgot.
Sinai, you want to go and then I'll go after you?
Okay.
Yeah, so it's more of a comment than, a question. We've gone through this process in the USVI, but it started with rules and regulations, right? So we had to institute a recreational fishing license through new updates to our Virgin Islands rules and regs. That included costs for the recreational licenses and a mandate for reporting for the for-hire sector. We then had to find funding to initially get a contractor to develop the site, but there are enterprise existing companies that do this for other states, right? And going with one of them tends to be a good option because you're linked into all of the other data reporting and existing systems that is required to work with like NOAA or the NSAR exemption. So if you are going down the roads for trying to get recreational licenses, you really do want to have a planned out process. And, we're happy to help anytime you guys have any questions.
Thank you.
The second comment is the recreational port sampling program is ongoing both in Puerto Rico and in the USVI, but like that funding is very dedicated to collecting data from creel samples or socioeconomic surveys. We're limited in the amount of money because the amount of money we get for those programs are never enough to do the actual sampling. So trying to identify other ways of using that is just impossible. So we have to be realistic, and we also have to be very clear about what can be collected and prioritize the data sets that we think are the most important and put the funding towards that, because we're not doing that currently.
And Andy?
Yeah, question and then maybe a suggestion. With regard to the correction factors, so you said several times you're collecting that data, and I assume you're collecting correction factors for both paper-based reporting and electronic reporting kind of separately. But because the database merging and issues there, we haven't been able to apply those correction factors at this point. Is that correct?
We collect for the correction factor, no matter if they report via paper or via electronic. We stop to do the analysis because we have to separate database, and we are trying to put everything together and then compare what we observe with what we have. That's why it has been stopped for now. It's just a pause.
Okay, and my understanding is now we're using kind of an average corrective factor from historical data as a stopgap until we can actually use those more detailed correction factors.
That's right.
I guess my suggestion, I appreciate Sinai's comments. So I've dealt with electronic reporting throughout a lot of my career. I've seen several different approaches, one of which is just we're changing from paper to electronic reporting and you need to get on board, right? And I'm not suggesting that that's the approach you take, but have you considered maybe phasing out paper-based reporting over time? Or if not, maybe looking at the data, and obviously not all fishers are created equal, looking at the ones that are landing the most fish and seeing if you can't get more of those fishers on board to electronically report. Because what we often find is obviously, like what Miguel was getting at, is a cost savings to not only the fisher for reporting faster, less of a burden, but also the government, because you have less errors, less issues with the data, and it comes into your database more seamlessly. But just a suggestion in terms of improving the e-reporting.
Yeah, thank you so much. Very good suggestion.
Maria?
Thank you. I remember now, and it's related to what Andy was mentioning. First, thank you for taking the time to do that and answer my questions. My question to you was, you mentioned that the hesitation for the trap fishermen to provide data to the reporting is because of the complications of actually entering the data, especially when you are fishing for multiple species. Is it possible for that to be fixed? Because I know that you said that that you added the Rainbow Runner, for example, that the council, with the staff and the council suggested to be added. And I was wondering if that could be something that could be fixed in the short term, understanding that there are limitations on fundings, et cetera. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Maria. And yes, it's possible to fix, and we are working on that. So hopefully soon will be fixed that, and the trappers will going back to the electronic trip ticket system.
Wilson.
Yes, I just wanted to add what Daniel said. Yes, continuously since 2020, the app has been updated, maybe one in a month. Shell Cash personnel is very responsive. Whatever issue in the app or whatever we need to change, recommendation from the feature, recommendation from ourselves, Shell Cash personnel respond like 10 minutes. They fix the problem. So if it's something that they have to do an update, in the app world, they have to send to the Play Store or the iStore. So if it's something it's a little more complicated, but it be done. So for fixing this problem with the trap features and the net features, specifically, yeah, they will need a new version. And right now, this morning, I was writing with Daniel and Ricardo. So we are making the recommendation to the Shell Cash personnel. So, and it has to be I'm not a programmer, but it has to be very simple just to merge the information that you put in one species, just merge it to the other one. So hopefully going to be soon.
Ricardo.
Hello, Ricardo Lopez for the record. About at the end of the last year, we were talking with Kevin McCarthy about this problem of having recreational features and commercial features in the same application if possible. We were talking about money, we were talking about different strategies, but then things get hold. Hopefully we start that conversation again. Kevin I think is here listening to us. So we have been working on that, especially in the part of the strategy to build this, to arrange this application in order to get the recreational features at least into a pilot project, maybe starting with the charters. And that's why Roberto Sabater was talking about that. So he was included in that conversation. Also, Elena and Wilson will be soon working again in picking up the thing about the recreational features. And we have a new director of recreational features in DNR. Her name is Maria de Lourdes Olmeda. And one thing that I would like to do with her is to invite her to these meetings so she can provide us more information about what they are doing with the recreational features and what they need in order to move on the application. Those are my words.
Okay. Any more comments or suggestions for Danielle? Hearing none, thank you, Danielle. So moving on, there's Kevin McCarthy, Southeast Fisheries Science Center.
Hi, everybody. Can I share my screen? I'll just run the presentation from here.
Yes, you can share your screen. I made you a co-host.
Great, thank you. And I'm going to put this in presentation mode. How's that? Can you see can you see the presentation, or do you see the other
Yes,
notes?
we're seeing it.
Okay, terrific. Well, good afternoon, everyone. I wish I could be there with you, but we'll see how it goes from Miami. I've got a lot of stuff to cover. Hopefully you won't regret giving me a whole hour to present. So I'll try and keep it moving along. A lot of the conversation that we've been having so far today, I'm going to touch on some of those issues in this presentation. I have a few things that I'd like the council to make some decisions on. And then, but I think the way to maybe handle that is I'll get through the presentation and then we'll go back to those items. There's a few of them and I'll let you know as it goes. A lot of this is update, but some of it does require some input from the council, if you would be so kind. So to start, these folks that you see listed here, this is the team at the Caribbean Fisheries Branch of the Southeast Fisheries Science Center. I happen to be in Miami, but not all of these folks are. We've got people spread out quite literally across the country. What you'll see here is sort of an equal spread between people who are at CMIS, that is the Cooperative Institute for Marine and Atmospheric Studies at the University of Miami. And then the other half of the team are federal employees, so the CFMC Caribbean Fisheries Branch. Thus far, all of these folks are still with us. No one has taken an early retirement. No one has. Everybody here. Well, let me back up. No one here was in probationary status, and all of those folks were let go. Although Matt Damiano was close, so fortunately he got in under the wire by about a week. So we still have Matt with us, which is terrific, and it's great to have everybody else still on the team right now. We'll see how things go moving forward. I should say, and hopefully she's not. I don't think she'll get mad at me for saying this. We have lost some other folks at the Science Center, quite a few. I think to date, it's something along the lines of 45. Now, some of those were vacant positions, about 15 of them. And then there is the early retirement and sort of the buyout positions that or people who will be leaving by the end of the month. So there will be an impact. It's in particular some of the support staff, like the people who do budgeting, that kind of stuff. A lot of those folks have moved on. That's going to make it tough. Some people who do some of the surveys down in the Caribbean, they have moved on. So that we're going to be scrambling to keep those things moving. And one that hits very close to home for me is Shannon Calais has elected to take early retirement. So that's my immediate boss. I have to say that she was a champion of establishing a Caribbean fisheries branch. She has been a champion of the work that is going on down there. So her electing to move on is a big hit for us. But we still have this team intact, at least for the time being, and I'm very excited about that. So just to go over some of the stuff that you'll be seeing in this presentation, I'm going to give you an update on the stock assessments that are ongoing. I want to give you a check-in on how the strategic planning work is going. They'll then go through a bunch of the collaborative projects we're doing with partners in the region, meaning you all. Data and analytical improvements update will follow that, and I'll be talking about the correction factors we just brought up, some information about outliers in some of the data sets, and the CCL form history we're reviewing. So we'll talk about those things. I'm I'll talk a little bit about alternative assessment methods that we're exploring at the Science Center. Everybody's interested in looking at new ways to analyze the data and provide management advice. And that's clear to us at the Science Center and has been for a number of years. So we have had a number of initiatives underway for a while. And then there's going to be some changes to the CDAR process that are on the horizon. So I want to talk about those. Where you see asterisks, that is where I'd like to get input from the council. So let's review very quickly. So this is the team of the Caribbean Fisheries Branch. I'll be talking to you about, I don't know if you can see, are you able to see my cursor if I move it around? Yes, no, maybe?
Yeah.
Okay, terrific. So we'll talk, I've already mentioned, we'll talk about strategic planning, data collection, data analysis, and stock assessments. So let's start with the stock assessment updates. As you know, we're in the middle of CDAR 84, that's yellowtail snapper and stoplight parrotfish. The assessment workshop reports are nearing completion. They will go out to the panel for review in phases. So the first one, April 28th, will be when we send the St. Croix stoplight parrotfish assessment report out to the panel. Then the 12th of May will be St. Thomas, St. John yellowtail snapper, and May 26th will be Puerto Rico yellowtail snapper. Those all get reviewed by the panel. They come back to the Science Center. We make the final revisions, and then it goes to CDAR. From CDAR, it will go out to the CIE and SSC review panel, who will hold a review workshop July 15 through 18. Following that, the CIE and SSC panel puts out their own report. So just the way the timing is working out this round, as Graciela mentioned earlier, I don't think there's time to go from that workshop, get the report done, and have an August SSC meeting that can really review these assessments. So we'll come back to this issue at the end, but I'm going to ask for an additional SSC meeting. It can be virtual. I know money's a problem. It is for everybody, always has been, and might be a little more difficult this year even. So that's why I have down at the bottom here this additional session of the SSC. We'll have to think about timing for that. CDAR 91, spiny lobster across all the islands. The final assessment workshop webinar is scheduled for this Friday. So if you all can join, it's a public meeting. Please do. The assessment workshop reports are scheduled to go out to the panel on May 26th. So we've still got, after this final webinar, we've got some work to do to get those reports together. The review workshop, again, that's a CIE, SSC combination. And for those of you who don't know, CIE is Center for Independent Experts. So these are outside scientists with expertise in stock assessment and data analysis, and they sit in as independent observers and provide reviews of the work that's been done. Anyway, that's scheduled for August 26 through 29. Then the assessment presumably will have enough time by November to receive those reports from that review workshop so that the SSC could review them in time to be presented to the council, to you all, in December. So moving right along, strategic planning update. So this is really, we've sort of gone from strategic planning to doing, and you'll see that right here. So what we were set out to do with the strategic planning was to collaboratively identify data improvement strategies and that will enhance stock assessment and fishery management advice in the region. We ended up identifying 53, what we're calling short term. And by short term, that doesn't mean that it takes years. It may take a year or two, sometimes less, but 53 projects. We held two planning workshops. One was for the Science Center itself, where we came up with 39 projects. And then many of you participated in the regional workshop that we held, where there were 14 projects or working groups that were identified. So thus far, we've completed 37 of those 53. 10 are currently in progress, and 6 remain to be started. There are many more that we can come up with at this point, but those 53 original ones are what we're working on. This work has been published in the sense that there are reports from the groups who have completed their work, but we plan on putting those together as tech memos. There's a manuscript for publication in preparation. Future steps will continue to work on these projects, and the deliverables, in addition to those tech memos and manuscripts, is we want to have all of that information accessible online. That's in preparation. It's in progress. And this work has really guided what the Caribbean Fishery Branch does. It's allowed us to coordinate better, to optimize our limited resources. We've strengthened, I think, our working relationship with all of you in the region. We've operationalized some data processes, and we really have, when you see this last item here, open science principles, what that means is that the work and the results are accessible to all. And that's what we're getting at when we're talking about publishing and when we're talking about making things available online. So let's talk about some of the collaborative projects with you all. We've touched on some of these already. So we've got 2 ongoing port sampling projects. One is in support of Grisel Rodriguez and her work with the recreational sampling in Puerto Rico. The port sampling is underway. It began last year and it's ongoing. We're focused on vessels and vessel interviews. The shore-based kinds of recreational fishing are for us to tackle in the future. We are talking with MRIP to make sure that we are collecting the data in ways that will meet their standards, so that we can get this kind of survey certified, and perhaps finagle a little money out of MRIP, particularly for the shore-based work. In the Virgin Islands, the port sampling is also happening. This is a collaboration with Sinai and his team at Division of Fish and Wildlife. And one of the main things that they're doing right now is field testing electronic measuring systems. And this works really well. It uses AI to get a measurement of the fish, where they also get a weight at the same time, and it can identify the fish. Right now or identify the species rather. Right now we're up to, I think we can do around 30 different species. And this was work that was done with some other contractors. It began through Fishery Information System funding a couple of years ago, and it's really coming along very well. We can even get the carapace length of lobsters, and that can be done at sea on a boat if we rig up the cameras properly. Some more projects. We've got a fishery independent lobster trap survey that's being done in cooperation with Puerto Rico commercial fishers. And that is run through a local scientific consulting firm. We're in the 2nd year of sampling right now. And the idea is to build an index of recruitment. So in other words, how many animals are going to next year grow into the fishery? So they'll be of legal size after the next mold, after 2 molts. And can we use that to predict how we might change the ACL based upon these recruit signals? So that's something we've been working on for a couple of years now. It's ongoing. We've also been collecting life history samples in Puerto Rico for a number of years now. Those samples, when they're collected, are going to either the Panama City lab of the center, or to USC Aiken, where we've been working with Virginia Chervette and her students. That collaboration is going quite well, I think. There are also some fishery independent reef fish surveys. So there's a deepwater snapper survey. This is a hook and line and video survey. It's run again also in collaboration with Puerto Rico commercial fishers and with a scientific consulting firm to keep everything organized down on the island. We've got, I believe they did 2 years, excuse me, 2 years of surveys in Puerto Rico, where the depth range for the survey was between 50 and 450 meters. We were able to secure some additional funding for the last 2 years. And the survey now runs from 20 meters to 450 meters. The nice thing about that is not so much that we're now outside the range of deepwater snapper, but that survey now overlaps with the diver survey, the NCRIMP, or sometimes called RVC diver survey. And I'll talk a little bit more about that. But basically what we have in the US Caribbean now is survey coverage from, at least for reef fish, from the shoreline to 450 meters depth. And that is terrific progress. Speaking of that diver survey, this is conducted every 2 years across all the islands. Their depth of operation is 0 to 30 meters, which is about 100 feet. Some years they go to 50 meters, but that is really funding dependent, but pretty consistently every 2 years they can do 0 to 30 meters in their survey. The important thing about this survey is, thus far, we're working on these other surveys, but thus far it is the only long-term fishery independent survey that has supplied indices of abundance for stock assessment. And that information is useful for a lot of other things, not just a stock assessment. But there's size composition information in there, and that's the size composition of the fish in the water, not the fish that are at the dock that are caught by the fishery. So it's a different look at the size composition of the animals. And they're scheduled to sample again this year. So we've got, I mentioned that we've got this hook and line survey, and also a video survey and this diver survey. But what we need is some calibration across those surveys. What does it mean when you have a certain abundance measure for a dive that a diver is observed versus a hook and line? And what we want to do is get them on a common currency. And if we can do that, now we have a true way to look at abundance of animals down to 450 meters from the shoreline. And that is scheduled to begin this year, but it's a tough year for funding, so we'll see if that funding actually comes through. So these are projects that have begun and can continue if we get continued funding. So one of the things, it's not quite as glamorous as going out on the water and collecting observations, but one of the things that we need for those surveys is classification of the benthic habitat. So we've supplied support for some scientists at CMS to take some of this multi-beam sonar data and look at depth and substrate complexity and substrate hardness. What we can use that for is designing additional surveys for where do you go to sample certain kinds of fish? Well, it depends on the habitat. We all know that. But what is the habitat? And that's what these maps are getting at. And it turns out that the Caribbean has some of the best maps, at least in the Southeast, and maybe throughout the country. But certainly for the Southeast, the maps are better than the Gulf. The maps are more complete. They're not better. They're more complete, and more complete than in the Atlantic. We also have, given all of these different kinds of projects, and really need to integrate and coordinate those projects so that we're not spending money inefficiently and duplicating effort. So we've got a research associate, I think, that we can hire. The hiring announcement went out, and then things became a little less certain with the funding. So we'll see if that funding comes through, but we're really anxious to have that research associate. I've talked about this before. We need somebody, one, who's bilingual, and two, who lives in the region. I don't care if they're in Puerto Rico or the Virgin Islands, but I'd like them to be based out of there. And they'll be hired through CMIS, through the Cooperative Institute. One of the other things we have going that involves, again, artificial intelligence is to improve fishery independent queen conch surveys. One of the tricky things with conch, right, is they occur in aggregation. So if you just so it presents you with what's sort of a two-stage sampling design problem. First, you have to find where the aggregations are, and then you need to survey the aggregation. Well, it costs a lot of money to put a bunch of divers in the water looking around for conch. So if you have a boat, you can drive around towing a camera array. You can you only need 2 people out there and a computer. And the idea is that this AI will say, that's a conch, that's a rock. And when you start to see enough conch, you know you're in an aggregation. You can either send the divers out or you change your search pattern, and your camera counts those conch within the aggregation. They're already, so this is a contract that went into place across the street at the University of Miami, and they've are already field testing a prototype camera system that was field tested last week, I think, here in Biscayne Bay, but we need to make sure that it can swim. So that's where we're at with that one, but it's great progress thus far. They only got the money in January, I think, and they've already got a prototype. So I'm pretty excited about that. 2 projects that you received an update on in December, which was the pilot stakeholder survey, which is basically asking the question, what are the priorities of fishery stakeholders regarding fishery management? In other words, what do you all want from management? And does a recreational fisher want the same thing as a commercial fisher? Does a diver want the same thing as a trap fisher? Does a dive shop owner even know that we manage fisheries? So we're trying to cut across lots of stakeholder groups. This will inform a management strategy evaluation, because the way we manage can depend on what people prioritize for management. So for example, maybe you want to have a management strategy that allows you to catch the same amount for years at a time. You don't want there to be volatility in the amount of catch, say. That's one way. You may not want that, but that's one way you might want to do that. And we can get at that with management strategy evaluations and understanding what the fishers and the other stakeholders want out of fishery management. So we've got a proposal submitted. We think it's funded, but again, this year is a tough year, so we're not sure if that money is actually going to come through. If it does, we hope to begin this work in the fall. And then we had the pilot pelagic species data collection, where for-hire fishers were interviewed and the catch recorded, in St. Thomas. And right now that is still undergoing some data analysis. There was a summer sampling event and then one in the winter in December. So we're still working on those data. What we'd like to do is extend that Puerto Rico lobster recruits survey, the one with the traps, into the U.S. Virgin Islands. Again, this is contingent upon funding. We don't know if it's going to come through. We want to extend the reef fish hook and line survey from Puerto Rico into the Virgin Islands. This is the one that goes from 20 meters to 450 meters. That will overlap with the existing diver survey in the Virgin Islands as well. And then we want to get funding for a University of the Virgin Islands student to develop a methodology to use remote sensing. For example, satellite photos, but it could be radar. It could be standing up on a hill with a telescope to estimate total fishing effort, and that will pair nicely with port sampling. So moving right along to some of the data and analytical improvements. So this is the data triage process. You've seen this in the past, the way we did it was very stepwise. We went in and said, all right, we want to look at the indicator species, for example, of those indicator species, which ones have size comp information. If it was a no for a particular species, we stopped. That we didn't look at that species anymore. If it was a yes, were there landings? If it was yes, was there life history data? If there was a no anywhere along that chain, we stopped looking at that species. So that got us down to a handful of species that had all the data needed for sort of a classic traditional stock assessment, like we're doing through the CDAR process. However, that's limiting. So the new approach is to look at, okay, is there size comp data? Great. Are there commercial landings? Maybe, maybe not. Is there life, but let's keep looking. Is there life history data? Yes or no? Are there recreational landings? Are there indices of abundance or abundance data that we can create indices with? Either fishery dependent, that's the FD and what that is down here at the bottom, or fishery independent, FI, because there are things you can do with different collections of these kinds of data. If you have size comp data and you have life history data, there are analyses you can do. You don't have to have all the landings. You don't necessarily have to have an index of abundance. All those are great if you can get them, but there are things you can do if you don't have them. So we're currently working on this. This will come into play for some of the things we'll talk about in a few minutes. And the only thing that would be excluded is if there is a species group that has an indicator species, but the species in question is not the indicator. We don't need to look at those. We only need to look at the indicators in groups that have indicator species. That may be a little confusing, but if you've got a question about that, I'm happy to address it and maybe explain it a little more clearly. So we've also got the trip interview program, or TIP. This is where we get the size composition data from the landings. We're trying to modernize those data and the data processes, the way we analyze those data. We want to improve the data accuracy, the quality control, the kinds of analyses that we use. That is something we're doing here at the Science Center, and great progress has been made. It's sort of, these kinds of things are less glamorous than going out on the boat. It's not what many people think about when they say, you know, I really want to be a marine scientist, because everybody wants to go on the boat and go diving and all of that. But this is really the bread and butter of what we do. So it's really important work. And the size composition data in particular are really important for the kinds of assessment work that we do, whether or not it's the full-blown CDAR kind of assessment or some other data limited assessment. Size composition data is really good stuff to have for understanding what's going on with population dynamics. We also do some exploratory data provisioning and understanding how that might work for WCAFC. And for those of you who are unfamiliar with WCAFC, is the Western Central Atlantic Fisheries Commission. So this is an international commission that is trying to collect data from not only across the Caribbean, but I think basically from Brazil up to well up the east coast of the mainland United States. So we're working on that. That is a struggle because there are a lot of data sets that we could use to report to WCAFC, and we're trying to wrangle all of those. Then some other things that have implications. The next few things have implications for the ACLs in the Caribbean and how they're set. So we discovered a lot of things with the CDAR 91 data workshop. And so we've come up with this sort of collaborative work between Puerto Rico DRNA and the Science Center that came directly out of the CDAR 91 data workshop. And this first thing in particular is data outliers. So looking at individual trips and the amount of landings they reported. And were there things that were just sort of out of whack? And it turns out there were a couple of trips that had things reported like 18,000 pounds of lobster. That seems unlikely. And so when working with DRNA staff, we found some data entry errors. You know, the data either was key punched in one way, or somehow in the transmittal of the data from the paper to the database, it went from 180 pounds to 18,000. That has implications for the ACL and monitoring of the ACL. Because remember, that's just what's reported. And then a correction factor is applied, so it gets even bigger. And that's erroneous. So of 10 trips between 2023 and 2022, we're looking at 27,000 pounds, almost 28,000 pounds of erroneous data, and that gets blown up by those correction factors. So we want to do some more work there. We've talked about the correction factors. They have implications, of course, for the ACLs. And again, I think Andy got into this a little bit. We're using right now, because of a number of reasons, with merging data sets between the electronic reported data and the paper forms. We're trying to work out those problems, but right now we have to use an average of the correction factors from 2014 to 2019. And that's what's used for estimating the landings beginning in 2020 and up to the present day. This is Puerto Rico only. But we found a number of issues through the CDAR 91 data workshop that we're trying to address. Again, it's in collaboration with the RNA. Another thing that has ACL implications is what species were on the CCL forms, or the CCR as they're sometimes called. What species were on the forms over time? Because when we rely on fishers to write in, and they can write in, here's a species I caught, it's not on the form, I'm going to write it in, and these are the pounds. You're never sure how complete that is. And so that could lead to some very low ACLs based upon the average landings over some benchmark years. So we're looking at that right now. And if you look, especially in the Virgin Islands, there were numerous form changes prior to about 2000. But then again, in 2011, there was a big change in the forms, 2016 and 2019. And those all have implications for ACLs and ACL monitoring. So what I'm going to recommend is that we have a systematic review of trip level landings for outliers, not just for spiny lobster, not just for a handful of recent years, and not just not just one island or the other, but across the board. We've been focusing on Puerto Rico and Puerto Rico spiny lobster, but I think this is a bigger task than that because of the ACL implications. We need also a systematic review of the commercial landings correction factors. We identified a couple of issues that have been resolved, but we haven't looked at all years and we haven't looked at all the available data. So we need to continue that work. We need to resolve database incompatibilities. This is the electronic reporting and the paper forms, so that we can then stop with using the averages of the correction factors, but calculate them individually by year and coast for the most recent years. And we need a systematic review of the catch reports, of the logbook forms, determine what species are missing from the forms and when, and what effect did that have on setting ACLs. We've got a lot of species that have ACLs in the hundreds or a few thousand pounds. Is that because of the way the forms were written? Some of those species weren't on there, or is it because they truly don't catch a lot of those species? We don't know until we do this analysis. And so what I'm going to suggest, this is what I'd like some council input on, is once we have assembled all this information, that we take this to the SSC, and the SSC consider the ACLs in light of these analyses. So we can come back to that because I still have a bit to go through, but just sort of keep this in your back pocket, that I think that it would be we need to think about timelines and that sort of thing, and who's going to do what, but keep this in mind, and we'll come back to it at the end. We're all concerned about the CDAR process and the data demands that it requires. So many people are looking at alternatives to these sort of very complex single species stock assessment, including the Science Center. So here's a few things that we're doing. We're working with a scientist at the University of Miami, looking at length-based risk assessment. So this is a data limited approach. We're doing that in parallel with CDAR 84. So the nice thing is we've got a full-blown stock assessment that is the CDAR product. Now what answers do we get when we do a data limited approach? How do they compare? Similarly, there's something that's called the Stock Assessment Continuum tool, which allows you to do exploratory analysis. And we're doing that in parallel with CDAR 91. You can implement several kind of standard data limited assessment methods, and that's what we're doing. So now we've got the full-blown CDAR 91 assessment. What do you get when you compare that with some of these data limited approaches? And finally, we've got management strategy evaluation. That's this last bit, the MSE. And we're doing that complementary to the CDAR 84 stock assessment. And we want to test management options against stakeholder objectives, and also look at long-term uncertainty. These results are going to be presented in our May Caribbean seminar. So I look forward to seeing some of you there. And that brings me to what we're going to do with CDAR in 2025 and 2026. I think it's been generally agreed that we don't want to do another single species stock assessment. So in talking with CDAR, initially we thought we could fit in a workshop in November, but it turns out we need a bit more time than that due to some limitations with CDAR being able to contract things so that we can, have a place to hold this meeting. So we're looking at March or April of next year. And what we want to do is review and recommend options for alternative approaches to providing scientific advice to managers. Those approaches are likely to differ among species or species groups. So it's not going to be a one size fits all. So the great work that JJ Cruz is doing has a place. The work that some of these data limited approaches have a place. There are lots of folks thinking about this problem and trying to come up with solutions. And I bet so we want to get them all at the table. We want them to bring what they've got, the kinds of work they've been doing, and consider in light of the available data. So this goes back to the data triage. Given the available data, what kind of solutions can we come up with? And again, it may differ depending upon the species. So my recommendation would be we have, as part of our strategic planning working groups, what we're calling the toolbox group. This is a group that's looking for these very kind of solutions. And I think that group could be the organizing committee for this workshop. We need to have council staff participating. So I'm going to ask you all if you are willing to give some of your staff's time to help with this project. We need to prepare terms of reference, and I've got those to show you, at least a draft, and a statement of work. We need to work on that. And I also think we should consider including some folks from the Pacific Islands. They have the very similar kinds of challenges in terms of data, in terms of lots of different species. And they've taken some they're certainly doing stock assessments. They've taken a different approach than us. However, they've gone from looking at species groups, and they're now working their way towards single species stock assessments, whereas we're sort of going maybe in the other direction. So it'd be really interesting to learn from their experience. So these are the terms of reference. And I apologize for this. These are the TORs that were written up as a draft by the Toolbox Work Group. What CDAR needs from you all is yes or no, you're okay with these, or no, you're not okay with these, and they need to be revised. There's 2 pages of these. So I'll read through them. We can come back to them. And so the first term of reference is to review and discuss alternative approaches to single species assessments as outlined in the literature or as applied to other data limited regions, and explore novel ecosystem-based fishery management approaches that have not yet been applied or published. Review where ecosystem-based fishery management approaches have been successfully applied in other regions. The second one, review data availability in the U.S. Caribbean and determine what types of alternative methods may be feasible for implementation. The third, provide research recommendations to advance development and implementation of methods, i.e. tools that are alternative and complementary to conventional stock assessment. There's more. The next one is provide guidance on processes for developing management advice that will meet legal mandates when using tools that are alternative to or complementary to conventional stock assessment. Next, provide recommendations on methods that could be most easily applied in the U.S. Caribbean in the present scenario or under future improved data collection scenarios. And then finally, prepare a CDAR procedures document addressing recommendations that will be used to guide future CDAR assessments. So we can come back to these to get your yes or no or recommend changes. And if you think that this is a document that needs to be reviewed by your SSC, we can talk about how we could get that done. Okay, so let's review some proposed CDAR changes. And these are, I think, came out of the last CDAR steering committee, or maybe the one before that. So we all recognize that we want to make stock assessments, or at least management advice, whatever form it takes, to be more timely, and we want to increase throughput of that fishery management advice. We also recognize that resources are not increasing and are likely to decrease, and more efficient assessment processes are required. And we also know that the duration of CDAR projects has been increasing and increasing substantially. So the recommended change coming out of the steering committee was that the Science Center will take responsibility for the assessment modeling component of the CDAR process. And I'll talk a little bit more about what that means exactly. But again, why do we want to do that? Well, it turns out that the webinars, the assessment webinars, are not terribly effective. They're inefficient. They often do not produce the kind of useful and consistent scientific advice that are needed by the assessment leads to move forward with the stock assessments, at least in a well-informed way. So we don't gain a lot of technical insights during those webinars. It's a logistical workload that could be better spent on doing the actual modeling. It's not terribly efficient or useful way to engage stakeholders, right? It's difficult to find times when everyone who's on the panel can actually attend. So the proposal is that when we're doing a stock assessment, we need to think about, does it need to be incorporated in the CDAR process? And those assessments that need to be in the CDAR process would be those that have sufficient new information to require external participation or review. If that is not the case, then the Science Center would take responsibility for the assessment. If it is the CDAR process, within the CDAR process, the Science Center would take responsibility for the assessment component of the CDAR process, the data and the review component. So the data workshop, the review workshop would still go on. They would remain unchanged. That would not be a Science Center process. That would be a CDAR process. So the specific components of the assessment process would be negotiated between the Science Center, council staff, input from the SSC, input from you all as the council. You could elect to prepare a statement of work, have the SSC draft one, have the Science Center draft one. In the past, typically I draft it, you all approve it, or have me change it. We could continue with that. You could also communicate verbally. Here's what we want here's what we want to see. We need to hit these various requirements for a stock assessment. So at the bottom, for any of these, no matter how we proceed with the process, whether it's entirely within the Science Center or it's a CDAR, a somewhat amended CDAR process where the modeling component is done within the Science Center, but the data workshop and the review workshop remain. Whatever that process we're going through, you all would establish a technical team of people with diverse scientific expertise and or fishing expertise, and that's appropriate for the analyses to be reviewed and the species being assessed. So in other words, we want to have lobster fishers when we're talking about lobster. We want to have yellowtail fishers when we're talking about yellowtail, and we want to have the scientific expertise who can provide some guidance on the analyses that need to be done. Additional consideration should be given to the ability of whoever's being named to the technical team. We want to make sure they'll be able to attend whatever meetings we need to set up, and they can participate in those meetings and discussions. So these would be meetings that would be called as necessary, and they would be meetings that don't need to be noticed in the Federal Register. So we could have them more frequently. We could have them on an as needed basis while, to get updates on the work that's going on in the Science Center. But that would be a role for the council to put together those technical teams depending upon the species or species groups being assessed. So we're changing things up. How do we keep the process transparent? Well, for one thing, the data workshop is a public meeting. Anybody can attend. And you as the council would still name people to go to the data workshop. If there's not a data workshop, if we've decided, well, we don't need one, we've done this species a couple of times, there's not a lot of new information, we can get right into supplying the data and then not have to use a data workshop. We can hold a data webinar if you all want to do that. There's also options for people to be involved through the SSC meetings and during the public comment opportunities there. The review workshop will still be a public meeting. We do want to have technical input from the SSC, so the SSC would be involved in the process. We can supply, the Science Center can provide progress reports. Again, there's that technical team, and we'd seek input from that technical team as needed, and the technical team could ask for updates. So we wouldn't be completely behind closed doors. We just want to have an efficient system. So these are the topics we talked about, or I talked, and hopefully some of you listened. So we need to think about for CDAR 84 and 91, do we need another SSC meeting? Because 6 stock assessments to go over in a single meeting in November is going to be tough. Remember, there's a separate assessment for each island. I'd like to get your thoughts on a notion of looking more broadly at the correction factors, the data outliers, and the CCL form histories. And then we need to look at those terms of reference for the CDAR workshop they'll be looking at alternative assessment methods. So I'm going to take a breath. And does anybody have any questions before we go back to those items?
Yeah, how about
Yeah, I can't see anybody, so whoever's leading the meeting.
This is Julia McGrath for the record, Kevin. Presentation, but I'm watching how we are fine tuning the whole process for CETA and seeing what be the best to work out. But you know what the fishers would like to see in there is how some way you can incorporate some compensation for the fishers, because we spend the most time in the CETA process and we don't get paid $1. Everyone else that attend these meetings are being paid. The fishers do not get paid for their time. We don't get a stipend. We get paid to travel, to come to the meetings. But every time we attend one of these meetings, we have to lose a day fishing. So that's why you haven't seen me on many of the last recent meetings, because I can't afford to do it anymore. I'm still going to be part of the process, but you know, somewhere along the line, just like the council found way to give us compensation for being at these meetings, I know there's a budget shortfall right now, but if you don't request it, you can't get it. And I heard at attending other meetings, it's something that's being talked about, even to pay the fishers who attend MREP to try to get some kind of stipend so that program could keep going. And, you know, I would really like, with the powers that be, it might not be you, but someone might be listening, and how we can be compensated for us to continue being part of the process. Right now, it's Nelson, Gerson, myself. We can't even get the other fishers to get involved because they're saying we can't continue to take time off and we're not getting compensated. So, you know, we know how important and how valuable our information that's given through the process is. But, you know, we continue losing time. I'm here this meeting. My boat doesn't move. I'm the captain. So my mates, they don't make nothing while I'm here, but I'm here. So
Right.
we got to try to do something. Thank you.
Right. So I hear what you're saying, Julian, and I appreciate the difficulty. This is, I mean, it's not unique here. We hear some of this from, you know, from fishers in the Gulf, from fishers in the Atlantic. So the way that CDAR works is that they are the ones paying for your travel. So that, you know, if this was to come to pass, that would, you know, it would have to be made at a much higher level than me. That's for sure. However, I will say, I'm just going to go back up here. You know, this notion of changes in the way CDAR operates reduces the number of meetings in the process. You know, unless someone is named to that technical team, and even then, that would not be days of meetings. That would be updates or asking specific questions. You know, so we would want fishers on there to be able to say, "Hey, how does this particular thing work?" You know, so like we could ask, you know, how often are you moving your traps around? How often are you fishing your trap? You know, but very specific fishing kinds of questions. Whereas we'd ask the scientists or the statisticians on that panel very specific scientific or statistical questions. So that's going to reduce the number of meetings. Now, the data workshop would not change. And in terms of getting compensation, again, that is way above my pay grade. But yeah, you're right. If you don't ask for it, it's not just going to fall out of the sky. Any other questions?
Miguel?
Yeah, Kevin, thank you for the presentation. It's kind of too much information to absorb at one point. And I would like to go back to the things that you need for the council to decide today.
Yep.
For example, the terms of reference. And personally, I believe that the people who work on this are really smarter than me. So, but it would be a matter of looking at what your presentation before and those terms of reference, and then ask the council whether you have any modifications or you would like to adopt them as presented today. So we can go one by one, the things that you need for the council to make a decision on.
Okay, I'm gonna start up at the top here, which was the CDAR. So we probably don't need to do this today, but I think that because of the timing of the CDAR process and the council SSC meeting dates, everything's going to come to them as scheduled right now in December. And I think looking at 6 stock assessments is too much for an SSC meeting. So we could talk about this more in August, but I my recommendation would be to have a meeting, an SSC meeting in October. It can be virtual, and another one in December. That too could be virtual. I mean, it's up to you all. I don't know what else they have to discuss, and I know Vance is a proponent of having in person, but I don't want to bust the budget either. But I think we need to have one in October to go over CDR 84 and another one in November to go over CDR 91. And those all could then be presented to the council. Maybe 6 assessments are too much for the council to handle in a single meeting. So perhaps this needs to be considered and a decision made in August. I don't think we need a decision now. But I do think it's a lot to present to you all. And you're right, Miguel, and I appreciate that there was a ton of stuff here. Part of that is for you all to know that the things are really starting to move along. We're starting to get a lot of things done. It took us a few years of being a branch to really get established, but now we've got a lot of things going on. By the same token, I don't want to overwhelm you all with a bunch of stock assessments in a single meeting. So I'm open to suggestion for how we might approach that. Maybe that's something that we talk about with council staff, and have a solution by the next meeting in August. Or at least a recommendation.
Yeah, I like that approach. And also, we have to be mindful of the budget. I just received a note that they are going to cut 27% of the total NOAA budget with the fastback, and that will affect everybody and his brother this year and next year. In the case of the SSC, we were approved only one meeting, and we were helpful with that. So we're going to split that one meeting into 2, probably virtual. But I had to, Angie, Carlos, and I had to go through the budget and make sure that we have enough. I need to cut in some other areas because this is important for the council at this time. I believe that this is a priority that you mentioned before. So let's then say that if the council approve this approach, then the next step will be how do we implement that using the budget that we have and the people of the SSC that we have. So I need to hear from the councils.
Andy?
Yeah, thanks, Kevin, for the presentation. And we talked earlier today about the multiple SSC meetings. And so I think this actually kind of aligns well if the budget allows it, right? Because we would be able to maybe attach to that first SSC meeting some of the council business, and the second one be probably solely dedicated to CDR 91. With that said, Kevin, you mentioned October and then I think November. Is there any way to have an earlier SSC meeting than October, or is that just when you think the reports and everything will be ready, and that's probably the most optimistic time frame to complete that October SSC?
So I think, I mean, it's possible we could go September. I'm just not clear on how long it will take the CIE to get their report out, right? So their review for CDR 84 is in I think it's the middle of, well, there it is, July 15 through 18. So if they've got, I'm just making up numbers and I don't know what the answer is. I don't know if anyone from CDR is on the call, but let's say they have 6 weeks to get the report out, and maybe it's shorter than that. Now you're looking at the end of August. So for that to get to the SSC and give them time, maybe the end of September, we could do it. If they only need a month, to get the CIE report out, then that would shift the possible date forward by a few weeks.
So Kevin, this is Julie from CDAR. Just a quick question to clarify, make sure I understand what you're saying. Are you talking about when the summary report will be done from the review panel or when the individual CIE reports will be due? Because those are two different things.
Okay, explain to me the difference.
So
Because
so at the review workshop that has composed of CIE reviewers as well as SSC people appointed to review, they will produce a summary report of that panel's discussions, documentations, and thoughts on the assessment. That piece is part of the CDAR final stock assessment report. In addition, the individual CIE reviewers that are part of that group write individual CIE reports that they send to the CIE for review, then to NIMS for review, and then they are released. That is not part of CIE, not part of CDAR. We have no control over how long that process takes. We only have control over the part that CDAR does with the review workshop proper. And so what that means is that we should have, looking at this workshop, we should have the CIE report done in mid-August to late August, the summary report of the review workshop. The individual CIE reports will come in at some point later. We usually make those available to the SSC for their consideration, but they're not always available when the SSC reviews the assessment.
Okay. And do we have an idea, like, what is typical for that turnaround time, or it's all over the map?
It is unfortunately all over the map. They are supposed to turn in their reports. This individual CIEs have to turn in their reports usually 3 or 4 weeks after the review workshop, which they usually do. But then there's a steering committee at the CIE that has to review those reports to deem them okay. Then they send them to the agency, who is the client, so to speak. And then the agency reviews those reports and says they're okay, and then they're released. So it has taken as little as 6 weeks and as long as 4 months, which is why they're not part of the CDAR report anymore, because it made our wrapping stuff up and scheduling impossible.
Andy?
Yeah, and so I guess just to try to wrap this up, I mean, I think we all agree that we need to defer to the executive director and evaluate the budget. My suggestion for trying to have an SSC meeting possibly in September is to cover it under this year's fiscal year budget, which may be better and more optimistic than next year's budget. So I don't know if that it probably doesn't make a difference for you, right? Because you can carry over those funds, but for us, it would make a difference by splitting the years.
Miguel? Oh,
Thanks, Sinai Aptis, for the record. As we linger over these, budgeting issues, the forecasting doesn't look good. And I think really what we need to do is identify ways that we can streamline processes like Kevin is mentioning, but also find ways to better engage through the existing processes that we have, right? We have DAP meetings. Can we provide some moderate resources towards them where one of the scientists that's engaged either through the SSC or in the CDAR process can present information to them during their meetings and get feedback from the fishers, right? That can then be presented back at the SSC meeting or during the CDAR process. Because right now what we're doing is we have a lot of people coming at a lot of different meetings, and it all goes back into the CDAR, and it's a lot of the same people at a lot of the different working groups. Well, I think what we as a council probably need to do is sit down and identify a better process for engaging the groups of stakeholders that we need information from, and really find ways that we can, double up on things as best as we can. Because let's face it, we're not going to have the funds to do the number of in-person meetings we need to do. We're just not. and that's a fact going forward. So how do we find ways to get the things that we need to get out of existing structures that we have? Or do we need to come up with new structures? Do we need to provide better online resources that help people review things in a timely manner so that they can provide the input that we need when we do have, these in-person meetings, so that it doesn't take as long to get that feedback and iterate into the process,
Mr. Chairman, along the lines of what he just mentioned, that's more or less what I was thinking. What we need to do is to know the priorities from the council so we can address those issues with the SSC, with the monies that we have. Today, this morning, we were talking about a lot of things that we can throw at the SSC, but we need to really focus on what we need. That's what I like Kevin's presentation, because he's focused on what really we need and what we can do. So in the case of the SSC, my proposal is that Graciela, Vance, Carlos, and I have to sit down and look at the priorities of the council regarding the SSC. And by the way, we are planning to have 3 DAP meetings. I mean, the 3 DAPs will meet in one meeting, and it will be virtual. And I've been talking to the 3 chairs, Julian, Gerson, and Nelson, about the best use of that time. And the idea was to talk about permits, but the more that we talk about these issues, I believe that we need to put together an agenda as efficient as possible, so the time that they are going to spend in that meeting will be well spent, and also we will have information from them to the council about the issues that we discuss here. We don't pretend to have all the issues discussed in one meeting and they will give us all the information, because that would be impossible. But at least we will be able to have those priorities, discuss it, and come back to you with ideas, issues, things that they can tell us that will be able to help the council with what we need to do. The discussion here about the timing, it will be impossible. Julie said, how to pinpoint the exact day that they are going to have the CIA report. But let's say that we have the SSC and that they can wait. And let's say that we have a September meeting and another one in November. So Graciela and I, we have to sit down, look at the items that we want to discuss at that meeting that will be responsive in response to what we have here. Because I had to meet the SSC with the budget that we have and come up with more questions than answers. Really. Then anyway, we need to hear from the council. Do you think that idea that presented by Kevin, or so talk about by Andy, will be the way to go? That we plan to have this meeting? Probably it will be a hybrid meeting, but at least one meeting that will address the key issues that you have been discussing. We need to get the input from the SSC.
Vanessa.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Vanessa Ramirez for the record. Thank you, Kevin, for all the information that you present today. And I think I will suggest to the other council members to think about all the proposed slides that you put in here for the recommendations that you do, and that we move with that, because we know that we are short on time, but we need this information as soon as possible. And of course, if you already make and put the information in the slides, and we have that in our briefing book, we're supposed to know how to move now. Thanks.
So we all good with that? I'm not hearing any comments. Miguel?
Then we agree to have a September meeting. It will be fine tuning. We will focus on the issues that are relevant to the council. So we present that to the SSC. If we need another meeting, as Kevin suggested, we can have one before the December meeting, and in that time, with the budget that we have.
Yes, Miguel.
Okay, thank you. Then, Kevin, you also mentioned that the council had to go over TOR.
Yes, so we've got that to look at. Let me find. So this is hopefully less problematic. So I mentioned all of those kinds of data reviews that have an impact on the ACLs. What I'm asking for here is some time at a future SSC meeting so that between the Science Center and the SSC, we can develop a strategy for getting this work done. And at that stage of the game, we may have some insights on the ACLs as they now exist. I'm talking mainly of those species that are, have very low ACLs or that are chronically, exceeding the ACLs, and we have to ask whether or not that's better reporting. I want to resolve all of that systematically, so we don't have that. So we're not constantly revisiting those questions. So that's really just a time at the next SSC meeting to talk through these issues with them and develop a strategy for how we can move forward to address those things, because I need the SSC on board with whatever approach we're going to take. So that's really just time at the next SSC meeting to chat with them for a while.
Okay, this is one thing that is mostly direct in relation to Puerto Rico data collection system. And probably we don't need the whole SSC to go over it. Maybe you can pick some of the people of the SSC that can help, members from the regional office, not regional office, South Fisheries Science Center, and of course, Puerto Rico. Because this is not the first time that we discussed this.
Sure.
And we tried to do this in 1975 when I was there, and we're still discussing it. But I believe that this is, to me personally, this is the right approach because we have all the elements that we need to discuss. And this is something related to what Julia mentioned before, that we have to revisit these issues. But at least, from my point of view, what you have here is a roadmap, and also will provide you some information that once is, let's say, blessed by the SSC, that will be the scientific recommendation for the council to consider. And of course, there will be a lot of recommendations to the local government, and they have to tell us whether they can do it or not. Because many of these things, actually, the whole staff of the SSC, of the data collection program, is in this room, except for two. Daniel, Ricardo, and Wilson are the key elements here to discuss this issue here. So what do you need from the council at this time, Kevin, regarding this one?
So on this one, I just need some time at the next SSC meeting to show them what it is we're doing and sort of the strategy and get their input and develop some timelines on when we're going to get all this work done. I would say though that this one here, the commercial catch logbooks or reports, that is very much a Virgin Islands issue as well. Of course, the correction factors are unique to Puerto Rico. The review of the landings outliers we should do that for all islands as well. So I think that there's a Virgin Islands component that's equally important.
Marcela. Well,
Kevin, you mentioned in one of the slides the information on the benthic habitats around the islands that we probably have larger cover than anyone else. In the logbooks or catch reports, the fishers make reference to specific areas, 2.5 by 2.5 areas, etc. We've been looking at a heat map, trying to figure out, where most of the species are concentrated in, because there is that diversity of habitat and there is that those areas that are very specific for certain species. Are we including in the systematic review of trip level landings and the review of commercial catch logbooks the revision of all of the data that they have provided since 2011, 2012 that includes that very specific, that fairly specific fishing areas for many of these species.
I mean, it wasn't part of this because I think we were looking at things that specifically impacted ACLs and ACL monitoring. I think that's a project that's worthwhile, but I think it's separate from what I'm proposing here. I don't have a problem doing it. I think it would be beneficial to everybody. But this was looking at those components of the data that if we get them cleaned up and we'll be able to better track ACLs. Will we more accurately track where we are relative to ACLs when we take out erroneous data? We get the correction factors, reviewed thoroughly. And especially looking at the logbook forms and what's been on the logbook form. And that will really address those species that exceed the ACL because of better reporting. If they weren't on the forms back when we set the ACLs, then we're going to run into that problem all the time, especially if those species names are now on the forms.
And
so yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. Don't start mixing things again because we end up with a lot of things that we cannot deal with at this time. Right now for the SSC, we have the first slide, one topic that we are going to discuss, and this one. So gracias. That will be a one-day SSC meeting if we go very quick. One morning, one afternoon. And still we won't be able to touch every issue that we have here. Do you think that for this slide, we need to address something else along the lines you were discussing, or we can leave it for another time?
I think all I need is for the next SSC meeting, 2 hours, because with the SSC, of course, we'll get into a lot more of the details and things, but 2 hours at their next meeting so that we can come up with a plan for how to address the issues on this slide.
Yeah, so I'm supportive of Kevin and team talking about this with the SSC. I'm getting a little concerned with how much maybe come before the SSC. But keep in mind, when Maria went through her presentation this morning about priorities, this is one of the things that's going to be before us to decide where we want to put this on the prioritization list with regard to updating these catch limits based on the improvements in scientific data, right? And so I think ultimately we need to take that into consideration to decide when is the most appropriate time to have that conversation with the SSC, given our workload and prioritization process. But agree, I think this would be a good topic to have sooner rather than later if the SSC has the time to discuss it.
So, Kevin, I don't want to ask you guys to do a lot of unnecessary work, but I do remember in past CDAR meetings, we have identified specific recommendations that we provide to your researchers on some of these issues. And I was just wondering if it might be useful to have a summary document that gives those to the SSC prior to the meeting that can help kind of structure and give us, a defined way of talking about it when that time comes in the meeting. It might save some time.
Right. Yeah. I don't want to just spring this on them. I'd want to provide some background for, these issues were specifically noted at the CDAR 91 data workshop, and working with Danielle and Wilson, we've addressed some of them, but those were specific to lobster. And now we're suggesting that we do a more systematic approach. And so that's where we've landed. I would want to give the background to the SSC and talk about these issues in a document that we can provide to them ahead of the meeting, so they're not walking in cold.
All right. Are you done, Kevin?
If I've got my time with the SSC at the next meeting, the last thing, and I hate to do this last, but this is something that's time sensitive. If we're going to do this workshop to look at alternative approaches to providing management advice, we've got to have terms of reference, and we need to have them soon. And so these are the proposed terms of reference, this one and that one. So if we wait until August, I think we're already behind schedule.
Kevin?
Yep.
This is Julie. Honestly, I actually think we should wait till August to approve these because the full planning team has not seen these yet. I would like to think we need a little bit more detail and flesh out a few of these things to make sure that we get what we need out of this workshop. These are great starting points, but I think we need some bullets underneath them.
All right. Well, if the CDAR coordinator is telling me we can wait until August, I'm happy to do that.
Yes. If they approve moving forward with, it would be great to have the council sign off on this approach for the next CDAR. That would be great. And then we will make it happen and come back to you guys in August with further details.
Yeah, I have Andy and then Graciela.
So I'll just voice my support for the approach. Since we're not approving these terms of reference and that they're going to be looked at by the broader team, a couple of things that I would suggest with the first terms of reference, it gives me pause when we say things like novel and have not yet been applied or published. I'd want to soften that some. I think it's fine to explore novel things and things that maybe haven't been applied or published, but I don't think we call it out as something that we're like jumping out to try to set a new bar on. Two, I think there has to be some more conversation with Graciela and Miguel and the Caribbean Council team with regard to outcomes of this integrating with management and making sure that there's that clear nexus between the CDAR outcomes and terms of reference and ultimately how this plugs into management. And I recognize that's not necessarily something that would be accomplished during the workshop, but I want to be thinking about the outcome as we obviously work through the workshop. And then the third, which goes to your comments later in the presentation, Kevin, in terms of, staffing losses, impacts to the science center with regard to the research and data enterprise, I think a theme needs to be also looking at ways that we can simplify the assessment approaches or procedures for Caribbean fisheries, actually all of our fisheries going forward. So just to offer those as some suggestions as the team continues to work through these terms of reference.
Graciela, and then I have a hand up.
So a couple of questions. One of the things that we had talked about at the last CDAR, specifically data workshop, was the use of multi-species stock assessments. Is that covered within that ecosystem-based approach? That's one. And the second one had to do with the idea of including social and economic factors data that has been collected recently, that it's part of the conceptual models of the LENFES work of the fishery ecosystem plan, to include that in these approaches. So they will not be novel. I mean, people have used them in other areas, but to do multi-species, include the social and economic data that needs to be looked at, and then how to be thinking in terms of the flexibility of applying this information instead of ACLs.
So I think that certainly the multi-species That's one of the reasons why I recommended someone from the Pacific Islands, because that has been the approach they have taken in the past, and now are moving towards single species. So the opposite direction we're sort of going. Other than that, yeah, I think everything's on the table. Everything's fair game. I would say that what we need for this this steering committee, I'm going to call it, for setting up this workshop is someone from the council staff. So the council does need to be okay with that. And then socioeconomic, how do we manage instead of ACLs? I think all of those things are points for discussion. What I would want is when people come to this workshop with the work they've done, we need a very clear guidance on how this is going to inform management. Not a bunch of hand waving, not a bunch of, somebody else has done this someplace else, I don't know exactly how, and a lot of fuzzy language. We need very specific ways of how we can implement this stuff, right? What can it do? And I'm thinking specifically of the tier 4 species, which is about 95% of all the species that are managed, right? Only a handful have had an assessment that's resulted in management advice. So what do we do with those tier 4s? And how can some of these other ways of analyzing those data or providing advice, how can they tackle the tier 4s? And now one size is not going to fit all, right? It's not going to be that we have one method that can work for every species. So there's a lot of work to do, and we're going to probably end up with multiple ways of going about getting at those tier 4 species. But if we could move that bar, if we could get some of those better informed for an ACL or however we manage, then we've achieved a lot with this. And that's how I envision the goal of this working group and this workshop to let's get better management advice for those tier 4s, which were just set by expert opinion and not informed by a lot more than that. Because I used to be on the SSC when that happened. And we went through 100 plus species in 3 days and came up with ACLs. So I don't know if that answered the question, Graciela, but I'm wide open, and this steering committee will be the ones that set the terms of reference, and they'll be the ones that come up with the statement of work as to exactly what we're going to get done or what we're going to attempt to get done. So that stuff is still all of that stuff's still on the table.
Someone, Christina, somebody still has a hand up? No, I'm good.
No, that's me.
Right. So we're gonna take a quick break. Are you done, Kevin?
If you'll give me somebody from if you're okay with someone from the council staff serving on that committee, and then we'll handle these terms of reference like Julie was mentioning for August, we'll be all set.
Okay.
I don't need a name. I just need to make sure you're okay with somebody from the staff participating in that committee that's going to organize this workshop.
You got it. It's done.
Thank you. Thanks, everybody. Sorry I went so long, but you should have never told me I had an hour.
Okay, we'll take a quick break, about 10 minutes. Okay, we're gonna get started again. Everybody, take your seats. You snooze, you lose.
We are back.
So next on the agenda is federal permits. Um, who's Jessica?
Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes.
All right, great. Thank you. I'm going to talk to you today about permits.
Jessica, excuse me, do you want to share your screen instead? I
Whichever's easier.
Okay, thanks.
All right, thank you. So today we're going to pick up the topic of having permits and management. I think I spoke to you all about a year ago at this point. So just a little reminder about who I am. I work as the branch chief in our data collection analysis branch, and I'm highly involved with our permit system and how we utilize permits within management. And so this presentation is going to kind of go through some of the aspects of what a permit could look like in the Caribbean and how we would use it towards management. So if you can move to the next slide. So what I want to emphasize here is that we are in the early stages of considering what a permit could look like within the Caribbean. When you think about how you visualize conception of a project, you have the idea, you build a vision, then you end up doing the research planning, and finally you implement and then evaluate what you're doing within your implementation and then move forward to kind of continuously improve the cycle as you go. So at this point, I want to emphasize the value of the collaboration and where we're at the point where we're moving from the idea to the vision stage. And if you want to go fast, typically you go alone. We want to make sure that we build anything that has collaboration. So if we want to go far with this, we want to work together as we're moving forward. So go ahead to the next slide. So before I get into the example, I want to do a little bit of refresher since it's been a while since I talked to you about federal permits. So when we're thinking about federal permits, they typically apply within federal waters. Anyone can obtain a federal fishing permit, and that does include people as well as businesses, such as companies and corporations or LLCs. When we are looking at businesses, the businesses do need to be 75% owned by US residents. When we're thinking about how permits work, most permits start in what we call an open access permit. That means that anyone can get the permit as long as they meet the requirements from the permit. There are many times when a permit moves to what we call a moratorium phase, and this is where we do not allow any new entrants past what already had permits, and we're evaluating whether the fishery can handle any additional effort within it. So again, the existing permit holders will need to be able to meet the participation or catch thresholds. There are times when a moratorium could move back to an open access permit if that moratorium is not considered warranted. Or if it is, it typically moves to what we call a limited access permit. In that limited access permit, no new permits are created. So, in order to obtain a permit, you must get one from another permit holder. And there's a variety of different ways this can go. What we've done in the Southeast has been traditionally buying it from another permit holder, but we are also exploring other ways in which it could go into a permit pool. Oftentimes, with the limited access permit, they're trying to decrease effort. And so we have terminations of permits that go away for good, which slowly over time would decrease the number of permits or effort allowed within that fishery. Typically, a limited access permit will not move back to a moratorium or an open access permit. Next slide. So here I want to give you an idea of what the timeframes can be between moving between an open access to a moratorium to a limited access permit. So I picked three of the different permits that we have in the Gulf of Mexico. And you can see between the open access and the moratorium, it's anywhere between 2 to 5 years has been used in these examples. But moving from that moratorium to limited access typically has a longer time range. Here we see anywhere between 10 to 13 years. Some of the reasons for this is you want to see what the effect is at limiting under the moratorium and determine whether that full limited access is actually warranted. About limited access permits, they are specified within the Magnuson-Stevens Acts, and there are certain requirements for them. The term limited access can mean that a system limits the participation in a fishery to those who are satisfying particular eligibility criteria or requirements within the fishery management plan. One of the key things to know is that limited access systems may be established to achieve optimum yield. That is generally the guiding principle that starts a permit from moving from open access to limited access. Next slide. When a council or NOAA fisheries are taking into consideration whether to move to a limited access system, there are some key questions that they need to be able to answer and capture the history of. And those would include what is the present participation within the fishery? What has been the historical fishing practice? And what is the historic dependency on that fishery? How do the economics of the fishery impact it? Is there a capability of fishing vessels to move to another fishery to engage in, particularly under the limited access system where they may not have as much opportunity to get into it? What is the cultural or social framework relevant to that fishery, and how would it affect the fishing community to move to a limited access system? And then there's a fair and equitable distribution. There are also other considerations that could be considered moving forward. And you can see from these questions why limited access permits are often start as an open access permit, because that's what allows you to get some of the information that would be driving the questions of whether it should be moved to a limited access. Any movement to a limited access permit would be required through a fishery management plan and need to be approved by fisheries. Next slide. And then just a few more background information before we get into the heart of the presentation. Under the Magnuson-Stevens Act, it does have definitions of commercial fishing and recreational fishing. I want to point out that commercial fishing is defined as when the fish that have been harvested are intended to enter into commerce through sale, barter, or trade. Recreational fishing, on the other hand, is considered for sport or pleasure. And there are often times when people can interact under both the commercial and the recreational fishing sectors. So within the purpose for data collection for us under Magnuson, you want to make sure that you're standardizing the requirements for information. Typically, that's information on the vessel registration. We also require that fish processors, dealers, or other first purchasers of fish are able to submit information to meet the goals of the fishery management plan. And of course, when possible, we like to integrate information and avoid duplication of information collected. And finally, we want to make sure that all information collected remains confidential according to Magnuson Stevens confidentiality rules. All right, next slide. So now we're going to kind of get into the heart of what this presentation is about. So over the next couple slides, I'm going to walk you through what an example would be of creating a commercial federal permit, and I'm going to highlight where the different decision points are. I want to stress that these decisions are not the decisions that council has to make in putting through any federal permit. It's just showing you one pathway and showing what the thoughts and considerations could be when walking through them. Let's go on to the next slide. So if everyone remembers from, I think it was a year ago when I did a permit presentation, I talked about different types of permit decisions and basically grouped them into 6 categories that you see here. For this presentation, I'm going to walk you through each of these different categories and the different aspects that are contained within them. So the first one we're going to start with is permit access. Next slide. It's a little bit of a busy slide, so I want to take some time to go through it. So for this example, we're going to recommend what I consider a commercial 2-permit system. That means that there is a permit for the fishing or harvesting, as well as a permit for the buyer of the permits. And remember that commercial harvest under Magnuson is that it is entering into commerce through trade or barter or sale. And that's why we're setting up the 2 system. The permit holder for the fishing permit is typically someone like an operator or a captain or owner of a vessel, someone doing the actual fishing. Whereas the buyer permit could include a fish dealer, a restaurant, a fishing association. We want to be a little bit broad in our concept thinking here to make sure that we're applying this correctly to the way fisheries and common business models happen within the Caribbean. Both of the permits in and of themselves do supply information to the agency for management. It gives you a level of effort in general, but there's additional information that can be gained that be very useful for management based on reporting requirements for each of those permits. So for reporting requirements, we would also look at logbooks for fishing permits. These are things that the people are mostly experienced with, the trip, the effort, and the catch information. The buyer report would contain information on what vessel or fisherman they bought from, the species, the amount of pounds, and then the price per species. What's really good about this 2-permit system is it provides a validation already about the catch. You have the independent logbook submission and then the validation of the dealer report that is combined together to help ensure validation of the information. So that can be used in conjunction with port samplers or other type of on the shore, on the dock validation as well. And what's really good is that having this validation system helps to make the data stronger for use within management or stock assessments. In addition, by having both of these types of information, if disaster hits, this provides valuable economic and social data that can be used for disaster recoveries. So, for example, during a hurricane, after a disaster has been declared, we have typically been able to use some of the logbook information in other regions to help provide information during those disaster declarations that helps the industry. All right, next slide. So one of the things I want to be careful about when considering this presentation was looking at the way fishermen operate within the Caribbean and trying to make sure that we're adjusting for that with the concept of the permits. So what I did here is I reached out to a couple of folks and I tried to capture what is considered the common business models that occur within the Caribbean. And I did a couple of little icons that can make it an infographic a little bit easier to understand. So typically we have the fisher, this would be for the fishing permit, but that fisher might be selling the fish to a restaurant. It might be selling it to a fishing association or a fish house. So there's multiple types of buyers that could be out there. The fisherman himself could also be a buyer. So what we described in this little infographic, on the left-hand side, you would see the different scenarios where it's a single fisherman selling to a single type of buyer, whether it's the fish house, the restaurant, or a fishing association. But we also know that a fisherman may sell to many fish houses or to a variety of different types of buyers. And those are the two graphs on the upper right-hand side. And then finally, there are some more complicated scenarios that could occur where a fisherman might also be the buyer. So he might be submitting both the logbook and the buyer report, and then he's able to sell directly to the public. And then the final scenario that we wanted to consider was when a fish house hired a fisher in order to go catch the fish and then return that specifically to that fish house. So all the catch would go back to the person who, in essence, sponsored the fishing trip. Next slide. So taking that information that I had, I wanted to kind of break it up into ways that we could refer back to when we're thinking about concepts. So the first table on the left-hand side is just what permits do you need to do for what activity and what would you have to report. So if you wanted to fish, you needed a fishing permit and you would have to turn in a fishing report or a logbook. If you wanted to buy fish, you would need a type of buyer permit and then submit a buyer report. So how does that work with some of the different scenarios I described before? And that's what the next set of tables are with the infographics in it. So in the first one, we have a fisherman who's simply selling to a fish house. The fisherman requires the fishing permit and the report. And because of the restriction under Magnuson, he can only sell to a buyer with a permit. So it's going into commerce, and we have someone who's eligible to receive that with the buyer permit. That fisherman does not have to submit any buyer report. That would be the onus would be on the buyer. The same scenario works for if he's selling to a fishing association or a restaurant. And apologies, I have one thing wrong in this slide, and that third cell down, that should also say could only go to a buyer with a permit. But let's also take the example from a restaurant's point of view. If a restaurant is buying directly from a fisherman, they would potentially need to have a buyer permit and submit a buyer report. If that restaurant did not wish to do so, they could then buy from a fishing house or fishing association that first purchased the fish, or if the fisherman was willing, the fisherman could be both the buyer as well as the harvester and then sell the fish to the restaurant. And so the point here is that we wanted to kind of consider the different ways in which the businesses operate and make sure we had enough leniency that we were working within those ways. All right, next slide. So that's covered the permit access, and what we'll go on to next is the purpose and need. Next slide. So what we did here is worked up a intent for a purpose and need that would follow similar to what you would see in an amendment. And we did take a look at some of the other fisheries that are out there, in particular the Caribbean small boat fishery, and looked at their purpose and need. So in this example, the need would be to improve the U.S. Caribbean catch and fishing effort data, make sure that we are tailoring management strategies to that region, and to get a further understanding of the fishery to improve our capability to monitor the commercial fishery. The purpose would be to enact management measures that correspond with the traditional operations of a small boat fishing fleet in the U.S. Caribbean to provide NOAA fisheries with improved capability to monitor and sustainably manage those fisheries. When you're thinking about going out for a purpose and need, there's probably a couple of scoping questions that you might want to ask as you're leaning towards what would be the specific and purpose and need for any permit. And some of those questions could be how many fishermen are already harvesting that species or complex? Where do they tend to sell their catch? How often do they fish within that species or complex, and what quantity is landed? Do they fish in other complexes or for other species? What's the value of the fishery that you intend to put a permit on? And do you anticipate participation changing, or has it changed in the past? All right, next slide. So the next one we're going to go to is the idea of permit scope. Next slide. So permit scope's a little bit of a difficult concept to try and put together. And so what I wanted to explain is that when we're thinking of the scope, that means what does the permit encompass? What is the things that are being limited or being applied to within it? So when I think of the permit scope, I think about, is a permit for a particular sector, for a particular gear, for a particular species or complex, or a fishing area. Those are all different things that would be embedded within the concept of the permit scope. And so for here, what I did is I mocked out a couple of different scopes that would be for this two permit system. So for the federal fishing permit, it would be applying only to the commercial sector. That means that all of the catch must be sold, traded, or bartered. It would be only valid for fishing in sales within the Caribbean. One of the things that we picked up from the HMS is potentially we would want to have a permit that could not be held in combination with certain other federal commercial permits. And so for this example, I just picked the Deepwater Snapper Complex because we've spoken about it at meetings before. And therefore, because that's the species, the permit could not be held in combination with any other commercial snapper permits. So that would include snapper permits for the South Atlantic or Gulf of Mexico. And then the fishing area would be within the EEZ with the fishing gear of the buoy gear type. Because of the traditional scope of the fisheries, we would want to limit the vessel length restriction, particularly to probably traditional side vessels that are used within the Caribbean. And at this point in time, we weren't considering any retention or size limits for the fishing permit. For the buyer permit, it's a little bit less of a scope in general. That's the person who would buy the commercial fish that would come off the boat. And in this, again, we just happen to use the Deepwater Snapper Complex as an example. It would be the person who would first receive that catch. And if you were looking at an area, we could do something such as limited to the Puerto Rico FMP. And again, I want to stress this is not an example specifically for that. I just wanted to use a fishery that would kind of have some idea of how it's used and a little bit more complex than just a kind of a shadow fishery or a thought of a fishery. Next slide. The next concept we're going to talk about is the permit unit. Next slide. So the permit unit is, what does that permit apply to? And this is of particular interest within the fishing permit. So the fishing permit we have seen applied to vessels, to a person, or to a combination of a vessel and entity together, or vessel and person, or vessel and business. So when you're considering what you want to apply the permit unit to, the FMP should consider, again, that purpose and needs. Think about the questions you're asking. Think about the way traditional fisheries have worked. These should definitely be a topic that's scoped out when you're interacting with the fishing industry to determine what would be the best objective for the permit unit. So for the buyer permit, this is more simplistic. Typically, we would say it would be any person or business. Again, they would have to still hit Magnuson of being a business with 75% ownership. By having a kind of broader scope to the buyer unit, it allows the fishing associations, the restaurants, or an individual person or a buyer in order to be able to obtain that permit and then receive the commercially harvested fish. In this example, what we decided to choose were the unit for the fishing permit was just the operator, the person operating the vessel. So what that means is when you start collecting permits and logbooks, you have history of what the landings were. So that history would go with the operator. The operator would be the responsible party, regardless of what vessel they used. And typically, because we do need to know information about the vessel in their application for their fishing permit, we might require them to list the different vessels they anticipate using. Next slide. All right, so the next two categories I'm going to cover together, and that's the permit eligibility and the permit limitations, and I'll cover those over the next few slides. Next slide. So when we're thinking about permit eligibility, we want to think about who could get a fishing permit. Typically, we will use a type of permit application that someone would fill out information in order to apply. Again, under National Standard 4, anyone would be eligible. As an example, I use the fee that the regional office currently has for a fishing application, and that's $25. Keep in mind that if more permits are put into the Caribbean, that one application could be used for more than one type of permit. What type of information do we collect on that permit application? So we do collect information that identifies the individual, such as name, birth date, social security number, and demographics. And that's in order so that we can fulfill information for our social science section of the amendments. We also gather information about where we can contact them, address and phone number and email, and then information about the vessel that they wish to use. So that would be the state registration or U.S. Coast Guard if they're registered that way. Who is the owner of the vessel? What are some of the characteristics about the vessel, particularly vessel length, since that would be one of the defining criteria in who could obtain a permit. Permits are typically good for within 1 year, and I wouldn't see any need to change that at this point. But the permit renewal could be dependent on ensuring that the reporting compliance occurs. So that means that they're submitting their logbooks and the logbooks are accurate. And those are the types of information we're looking to make sure that we're gathering the correct information to use in management. And then there could be limitations that we might instill for the permit. So, for an example, it might be that the permit holder must be on the vessel in order to use that permit. For example, we'd said the vessel size, so this permit would be only valid on vessels less than 45 feet. And of course, the permit limitations would be that you have completed the application and the fee in order to receive your permit. A lot of times we also have a requirement to have the permit on board the vessel. All right, and next slide. So let's go through the same kind of thought process thinking about a buyer permit. So once again, the buyer permit would have a person or a business or a fishing association that would apply for the permit. Again, I put in the fee that we use right now at 0. Doesn't mean that these are the fees that we have to keep, but currently a buyer permit goes for $50, and it's very specific to a fishery management plan in which one you're using to go with the fishing permits. Similarly, the permit application information it has similar identifying information and contact information. One of the things we might want to consider is where do you expect to receive the fish at? So for a restaurant, they would list the restaurant. A fishing association might list a certain dock or area where they would receive things, say, likewise for a buyer or dealer. Once again, the permit renewal would be contingent upon reporting compliance, that the reports are submitted and accurate, and that they are abiding by only buying commercial fishing for that permit, for the species in that permit from someone who holds a commercial fishing permit. And the limitations here are a little bit less stringent. It would be completion of the permit application and fee. And there might be other permit limitations you might determine through scoping and gathering information from the industry. Next slide. So I want to give an example of the types of information that would be required on the report for both the fishing permit and the buyer permit. Under the fishing permit, we would have information relating to that permit, vessel information, who was the operator. And then for the actual logbook, what we tend to do is group information in a way that you don't have to repeat information when you're doing it. So the first level information would be trip information. Where were you fishing? When were you fishing? What area were you fishing? Next comes the effort information. What types of number of fishers, number of gear or hooks, information relating to effort. And then finally, underneath that would be the catch information. This would be all the species that you caught. So we would have both landed and discarded. And there's always a potential to add discard condition if that's of concern within that fishery. On the buyer permit, the information we would require on the buyer report would be who the buyer is, the location where they bought the fish, information of who they bought the fish from. So either that fishing permit number, the operator, vessel, potentially a logbook number, so we can match the two reports together. The number of species landed, both in pounds and number, and then what we consider the commercial ex-vessel price per species. That's typically a price per pound for the species. All right, next slide. And one thing I wanted to touch on towards the end of this presentation here is what is considered MSA confidentiality. And so I want to put it in a little bit plain language rather than reading the language within the Act. Typically, the data submitted by a fisherman to the secretary or a state fishery management agency or commission cannot be disclosed without the requester falling under certain exemptions. And those exemptions are what you've expected to see. So it'd be federal employees that are working with the data. Sometimes we work with state or commission employees that are subject to a confidentiality agreement and therefore can see that confidential information. A court order is also another way for someone to gain access. It would need a very specific reason. If a fisherman gives us written authorization to share it, we can. And then finally, information that might be needed in support of homeland and national security activities is an exemption to the confidentiality. Otherwise, when we're sharing the data, we follow what we call the rule of three. That means there needs to be at least 3 submissions or entities necessary for us to share that data. We aggregate up so that you can't tell individual business information. So information that we share cannot directly or indirectly disclose the identity or business of any one individual person. And we do aggregate it so that we can share that information. We don't do this simply by stripping off identifiers. We actually aggregate and show the averages or summation values over a time period or a spatial area. All right, next slide. So the next steps that I want the council to consider is thinking about directed scoping. What type of scoping would be required before we can begin working on amendment? What questions do you have about this presentation that can help lead towards that scoping? I would consider using small in-person focus groups. I know that's a little bit difficult now with the way the budget has come out, and potentially there are other ways you can do those smaller focus groups to gather information. Is there particularly qualitative information about the fishery that we would need to gather? How many fish would be in the complex that you're thinking about, or is it an individual species? How many fishermen are dependent upon that species or complex? Where are those different fishermen located? And then the last is to think about unintended consequences of a permit requirement. If you have a permit requirement and someone doesn't want to obtain the permit or doesn't meet those eligibility requirements, would they shift effort to another fishery or another species or complex? How would new participants join into the fishery once a permit is in place? And what could be the potential economic impact of a permit requirement? And I believe that is all I have. You can do the next slide, which I think is just my question slide. And I'm willing to take any questions anyone has.
Nelson?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the presentation. So I'm curious because in Puerto Rico, we have right now a deepwater snapper permit for the state water. And how the federal agencies are going to monitor the permits for the fishers who are going to develop this fishing in federal waters?
Yeah, so that's a great question. When we're thinking about kind of enforcement, obviously the breadth of law enforcement and ability to do on water enforcement is probably not as great as we would like within it. Some of the ways you could solve that is by having at dock enforcement, where you're looking for that permit and try and identify where someone said they were fishing. Granted, with species that cross state to federal boundaries, that does become a little bit more difficult. And the other would be for NOAA fisheries in the state to interact together and work together to come up to a solution so that we are ensuring that we're enforcing what permit is applicable in what waters. In other regions, I think sometimes the state has said in order to fish state waters, you also need a federal permit. That may not always be the case or an avenue we want to go down. That would be a question I would want to scope out as we go through the permits to make sure that we're not creating loopholes for people to get through.
Any more questions for Jessica? Andy?
Yeah, so not a question. First, thank you, Jessica, for an excellent presentation. I know there's been a lot of kind of stop and start conversations with permits in the Caribbean for quite some time. So Jessica's obviously given you a very high-level overview of all of the ways that a permit may or may not be used, right, or considered. Permits are frequently used in the South Atlantic and Gulf of Mexico for a variety of purposes, including improvements in data collection, limiting fishing effort, all the things that Jessica talked about. So I guess really what we're looking for as a next step is there an appetite to pursue permitting in the Caribbean? And if so, for kind of what purpose? Or even if we don't know what purpose at this point, taking the next step of going out to scoping and getting some feedback and input from fishermen. As Nelson, rightly noted, right, there's a lot of challenges with permitting in terms of enforceability. I know that's one of the reasons why Puerto Rico DNR made some changes to their snapper permit already. And so we want to be very thoughtful and careful if we are going to work towards standing up a permit system that we give kind of consideration up front to what that true purpose and need would be for that permit going forward. The last thing I'll note, and then certainly turn it back for council input, is with the new executive order with regard to deregulatory work, right? One of the questions I've asked is, are these things that we as an agency should be talking to the council about not pursuing, right? Kind of stopping from this get-go, because this is a regulation, these are regulatory requirements. And at the end of the day, no, this is council decision, right? Council business. You ultimately can decide, how you want to proceed. But it might be a decision later in the process where this would be deemed obviously a regulation and something that we would have to consider based on what I talked about earlier this morning with regard to cost of implementation, the burden on the industry. But it's certainly under your purview to proceed now if you'd like to. So open it up for other thoughts in terms of whether there's even appetite, interest to pursue a permit at this time.
No. Vanessa?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Vanessa Ramirez for the record. I will put these comments on the table. First, of course, as we know, we have the small Caribbean fishing boat, but how many of our fishermen really get that permit? In the first, we know that the language is something that is always on that. The applications are in English. Most of our fishermen have not the ability to read or complete that application. And also, now that they change to be applied by internet, some of them also can't do it. So if we make the exercise of how many fishermen that are fishing out of the state waters right now have that permit, and we compare that with trying to put another permit, maybe if, as Nelson says, we don't have enough enforcement also, which is the cause or why we want more permits or more regulations if we will not be able to have that enforcement, not only in the waters, also in land for the buyers and for the dealers. So that's something that we have been working on this for a long time. And we know that not even the state and not even the federal government have the enough enforcement for that. So I don't think that this is the time to continue with the permits, or at least for now. I will suggest to make more scoping on this, and as a representative of a commercial fishermen association and one of the biggest areas of fishing in the west side of Puerto Rico, we have the biggest platform up there. But from my knowledge, we only have 5 commercial fishermen that get a federal permit. So I don't think that we should put this as a priority right now. Thanks.
And Graciela.
So Jessica, I have a question regarding the small small Caribbean fishing vessel permit. So then the people that have that how easily can they also get any other kind of permit? If we were going to start backwards, instead of, putting a permit out for deep water snappers or whatever, let's start with the ones that already have the permit and work it backwards. Does that make any sense? Because they've already gone through the application process. They're already in the system. They probably fish for many other species. So maybe we should investigate, that permit and what other species they're harvesting. Because they are also probably part of the deep water snapper fishery, probably part of the reef fish fishery and the lobster fishery. So
Yeah, so because that permit's already within the zero permit system, the way, if you want to kind of work from that and to expand it, I would suggest then that you do the permit in the same manner as applying to the entity and vessel, not just an operator. If they already have a permit application within our permit system, it only costs $10 more currently to add another permit to that. So that same application could be applied to multiple different permits if you want to expand past the Caribbean small boat permit. And I believe we currently have around, over the years, between 50 to 100 people applying for the Caribbean small boat permit. Has seemed to increase in recent years, but I would need to double check those numbers before I consider that official.
Miguel?
Yeah, we want to know what is the pleasure of the council regarding permits following Vanessa's suggestion. The other thing is you have to first determine why you need a permit. And we've been talking about this question for a long time. And with the new executive order, as we said before, we need to wait until the guidance come in. And as Anandi said, at this time, it's a council prerogative to have a permit or not. Doesn't mean that it will be approved at the end of the process, because the secretary may have another directive, no more permits, period, that's it. But the council needs to decide, do we have a need for a permit? Usually a permit is to count numbers and the numbers of fishers, so you can have a sampling that is representative of the fisher, to preclude people to go into a fishery that you don't want them to go, to establish limited entries, et cetera, et cetera. So you need to first decide why you need a permit, and then start the staff to put together something that will give you some information as to why you need a permit.
So, Andy. Yeah, I just wonder, I think I saw in the slide that the permits can go not for fishing only, but for gear also. So you can have a permit just for gear. All right. Okay. I just want to clarify that because we do have a limited entry in trap fishery in state water, so that's not been approved in the EEZ yet. And I'm just wondering if maybe we should be thinking about that in the future for a permit system for that. I'm not really sure yet. And
Yeah, so I mean, we've talked about a number of reasons, maybe why not a permit, right? So I agree with Vanessa, right? There's certainly some challenges that we'd have to think through in terms of requiring a permit and some of the hurdles we'd have to overcome, translation being one of those, obviously enforceability being another. I feel like right now we don't really have a good purpose of why we're wanting to pursue a permit. With that said, we spend a lot of time around this table as well talking about ways to improve data collection. And so everyone wants better data, and the permitting can oftentimes lead to better data because you're tying the permitting to better data collection. So it's kind of a double-edged sword. But I feel like until the council has kind of a stronger purpose and need and really has kind of thought through some of the challenges like Vanessa and others had mentioned, that we probably shouldn't consider this a priority for now.
Graciela?
So another question. So the government of Puerto Rico, the DNER, has a permitting system in place for lobster, conch, some other species, etc. So maybe, and after what Kevin was saying about looking at all the data that we have already available, to see how that fits into, people who are fishing with a permit and providing information, people who are fishing without a permit and not providing information. So this kind of input into analysis of the data, it's extremely important, because if you're already regulating your fishers with a permit, we need to know, how they are complying with that permit. And that's not an increase in enforcement, but it's an increase in analysis power. So, you would have to sit down and dig through it and see how that works out. So, we already have that in place, and we've been also talking about compatibility of regulations. So, that's another thing to bring up.
Yeah, not to extend the discussion, but we also need to make a distinction between commercial fishing license and a permit. They are not the same thing. And the statisticians and the people that have been discussing this, Puerto Rico have both. They have commercial fishing license and also have a permit. And the reason why we did not adopt the license system of Puerto Rico is because they discriminate about resident, non-residents, and the federal government told us you cannot do that. In order for us to have a compatible regulation, or not a compatible regulation, to adopt the local license of Puerto Rico as the federal license, you have to overcome that hurdle. And at that time, the government of Puerto Rico told us, no, we want to keep it the way it is now. And that was when Roy Crabtree was the regional administrator. And since that time, we were talking about this issue. So, Mr. Chairman, are we follow then what Vanessa and Andy are saying and table this for a while, or pursue a little bit further?
Yeah, I kind of, tonight. Well, I just wanted a little clarity here, because when it comes to the buyer permit, I think I got a little confused there. Is this like the tuna permit, that if you have a tuna permit, you gotta have a dealer's permit to sell the catch? Or is that hand in hand, or is it like mandated? Or can you just have a permit to fish and you can just sell to anybody without a dealer's permit?
This is Delise from HMS. I can
Yeah.
answer that question. So, yes, it's similar. So, for example, for the Atlantic tuna's general category or Atlantic tuna swordfish, you have to sell your product to a federally permitted dealer. And there's different types of dealer permits. We have a tuna dealer permit, or a swordfish dealer permit, or a shark dealer permit. So depending on what product you're buying, you have to have each of those dealer permits. In the case of the commercial Caribbean small boat permit, that is the only commercial HMS permit that doesn't have that requirement. Folks who have that permit are both the fisherman and the dealer, and they submit the reports to the territories like, state fishermen would do.
So like Miguel, I don't want to prolong the discussion too long, but I think, we got an answer in that, like, a lot of this data is already being collected at the territorial level. There's also a lot of stuff going in place to address a lot of the data limitations that was the original reasoning for looking at this possible permit, both an increase in port sampling that's designed at the territorial level, and then a recreational licensing system, at least currently, that we're developing for the USVI with Puerto Rico, with plans to try and implement as well, that will allow for increased data collection, particularly from the sport hire recreational sectors that are targeting the fish that are mostly in the EEZ, which are mostly HMS species, right? I think what we really have to do is identify what would be the benefit in developing this. one of the benefits may be, and I don't know this, but if there are additional resources that can come from the federal government in developing these current systems by creating a licensing system, then that would be useful, right? If we can, I think the problem becomes is if we create too many systems that the fishermen need to use, right? It has taken a long time to get them at the level for developing, consistent catch reporting through our CCR system, as well as being, available to do the port sampling system. There's a reason why there isn't a logbook requirement for the Caribbean small boat permit. There's a reason why there isn't a dealer requirement for the small boat permit. And so if we're developing another federal system, rather than trying to expand the territorial systems that we've already developed to do this, I believe that it will create more of a headache and take away from the resources that we desperately need. However, if there is a counterpoint to that I am unaware of, please, somebody, I think they should talk about that now.
Crespo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I remember at the beginning when we start talking about the federal permits, it's because we have a lot of people, developing the deep water snapper fisheries in federal water. But on the reality, the small boat permit for tuna right now, some guys have it, some guys don't. They sell the tuna to everyone due to the lack of enforcement. And they don't care. And I start, driving in my mind if it's worth to establish another federal permit. If I love to have a federal permit for the deep water snapper fishery. But to be honest with you, if it cannot be monitored, we don't have the enforcement, it's going to turn academic. That is the reality, and that is the truth. And now with this executive order, and everybody knows that it's cutting funds from everywhere, I don't see that we are going to have a good group of enforcement agency in a short time.
Any other input? So far I'm hearing that nobody's interested in following through with the permits for now. Is that what I'm gathering? Okay. So I would need a motion to table the federal permit system. Don't need it?
Have we made a motion to move forward with the permit? No, we don't need to table it then.
Right. Yeah, if there's no motion, you just move on for lack of a motion.
Okay, good with that. So next on the agenda is a response to the St. Thomas Fishers Association questions regarding Grammatic Bank Management. That'd be Sarah Stevenson.
Hello, can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. Christina, can I drive it, please?
Yes, you can. Let me make you a co-host.
I'm sorry, just for the record, thank you, Jessica, for all your effort and the presentation.
And you can see my screen?
Yes.
With the cover page?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, everybody. Thank you. I know it's the end of the day. This isn't a very long document, so I'm just gonna get right to it. At the December meeting, Mr. McGrath reminded us that there was this list of questions that the St. Thomas Fishermen's Association had put together in response to the Nemeth et al. Paper and presentation that was received at a previous council meeting. So this is just us going through and trying to answer as best we could those questions that they had put together. So I'm just going to go right through them. Number one, what was the total landings recorded from the area referred to as the alleyway? And so just to set the stage, we define the alleyway in this document as the area that's between our Germanic Bank management area and the Hind Bank Marine Conservation District. So it's kind of, if you can see my cursor spinning around, it's this oval here. So that's what figure 1. So first of all, we're setting the stage. And then just a quick background information. So before July of 2021, the St. Thomas and St. John commercial catch report forms included boxes or zones for commercial fishermen to report the areas where they fished. And you can see that in figure 2 on the left-hand side, the TNW, TNE, TSE, and TSW. So there was 4 zones to report all fishing. The Hind Bank, it's a little hard to see, sorry about that. The Hind Bank, MCD and the Germanic Bank are outlined in green there, and the Hind Bank is completely in zone TSW. Germanic Bank straddles TSW and TSE, and the alleyway area would have been also probably in TSW.
Excuse me, Sarah.
Yes.
Can you make it bigger? Can you do a
Apologies.
close-up of the text?
Yes. Sorry. Is that better?
Way better. Thank you.
Okay. Sorry about that. So after July of 2011, the commercial catch report forms started using a 2.5 square mile grid, and that you can see in the image figure number 3 on the right hand side. And so each little 2x2 square mile has a letter numerical code. And so now, after that date, the fishers started reporting by multiple zones. So you went from 4 zones to lots. And so go down. For this analysis, to answer these questions, where we're really just concerned about that alleyway area, we looked at cells 019 and 020. We only looked at years 2014 to 2022 because the other data that we had included confidential landings for those for that alleyway area. So we're just using those years. And then we are working with regional partners to try to develop a GIS shapefile that has the management areas as well as these 2x2 zones perfectly. We don't have that yet, or at least CIRO didn't have it at the time this document was prepared. And so to show you the analysis zones, Germanic Bank is probably on this slant here at the bottom of 019 and 020, and then the MCD is going to be closer to cells 016 through 018. So we really just kind of pulled out all the landings that were in 019 and 020, and we looked at that. So that's what I'm going to, pretty much all of the data that we discuss in this document is going to be for those 2 cells. For the 2014 to 2022 period, there was a little over 3 million pounds, total pounds reported by commercial fishermen for everywhere, all areas, all zones, and approximately 92,000 of that, or 2.9%, were reported from the alleyway area, from those 2 cells. I'll show you a table in a minute that has that breakdown. During that same period, almost all of that poundage caught in the alleyway area was reported using trap gear. So about 90.7%, 84,000 pounds in the alleyway using trap gear. that just to give you an idea, the average number of cells that was reported during that time was about 144. So we're looking at 2 cells out of 144 for this what is that, 8-year period. For that same period, a substantial portion, were recorded in January, February, and March. So here's the percentage of that breakdown of the total landings reported in the alleyway area. About 18, almost 20% were reported in January, and then another almost 20% in February and March. The top species that were reported in that area during this time included queen triggerfish at 20.7% of the 92,000 pounds, red hind, spiny lobster, yellowtail snapper, white grunt, and gray angelfish. So you can see the percentages start decreasing. There were a lot more, but we didn't really include anything that was really below about 4%. So of the 84,000 pounds that were reported with trap gear, approximately 2% of those were the seasonal groupers. So just to remind you, these 5 groupers have a seasonal closure that starts February 1st and goes through April 30th. And so you're not allowed to catch those species in federal waters during that time. So it does show that, not a lot were reported during that time. So there's high compliance, it looks like, from the landings. And then this is just the table that shows breakdown by year, the total sum during, this is the column, the second column is the universe of fishers during that time period and all the landings that were reported. So you can see down here the total number matches that, just 3 million pounds. That's for all zones. And then if you look at just the alleyway, just those 2 cells, the number reduces to 9 fishers tops, and you can see that 92,000 pounds of landings. And then if you look at, even reduce it, filter it more to trap gear, an average of 4 fishers fishing trap gear in that area at the 84,000 pounds. So this is just kind of your summary table. And this is reported from the Science Center commercial landings, and it was accessed back in January this year. The next question the fishermen had was how many fishers recorded landings from the alleyway area. So you can see here in this table for that 2014 to 2022 period, it ranged from 5 to 9 with an average of 7.1 or 7 fishermen. And then during that same period, the number of fishermen using trap gear ranged from 3 to 5 with an average of 4 fishermen. The next question was how many traps were recorded in the alleyway area and what month of the year? And then just again, a little bit of background. There was a fish trap reduction program for USVI commercial fishermen, which became effective in August of 2017. So under that program, the maximum number of fish traps that each commercial fisherman in the St. Thomas, St. John district can possess is 250. So shortly after the program was implemented, we also had the 2 hurricanes, the bad year of which Hurricane Irma passed directly over St. Thomas and St. John. And so a lot of those commercial trap gear were lost. So for this document, then to answer this question, we refined the years and we're really only looking at now 2019 to 2022. So trying to get after that trap reduction was implemented and the hurricanes. So to answer the question, from the landings data, the total number of fish traps deployed in the alleyway area for the 4-month period, meaning January through, 4-year, I said month, 4-year period. So 19 to 22 is 4 years. It ranged between 0 and 685. There were a larger number of traps deployed in January through March, an average of 417 traps. Commercial fishermen place traps in the alleyway where the groupers are spawning. When they're spawning, December through March, because other fish that they target, for example, queen triggerfish, move into the area to eat the grouper eggs. And that's personal communication with Mr. McGrath. So that kind of explains why we have a larger number of traps deployed during that year. And then if you remember back to the landings, a larger number of landings during those 3 months. During the 4-year period, fish traps were present in the alleyway area every month from January through June. In the second half of the year, or July through December, the number of fish traps present in the alleyway area was less consistent, and there were no traps reported in 11 of the 24 months during. So 6 months times 4 years is 24 months. So out of those, 11 of those had no traps reported in that area. And again, based on personal communication, the number of traps deployed in the area kind of varies depending on the availability of the species that they're fishing for. The next question was, what data is there to substantiate that Nassau grouper solely traveled to and from the closed areas during the spawning season via the alleyway? Just a quick over this 2014 to 2022 period, a small amount of Nassau grouper were reported on catch forms as caught and discarded. However, none of those incidental catches were recorded in the alleyway. So none occurred in cells 19 or 20. Landings of grouper species that are subject to the seasonal closure, so red, black, tiger, yellowfin, and yellow edge, reported in the alleyway area between 2014 and 2022 with fish trap gear were approximately 1,000 pounds, nearly all of which were reported during the open season. So again, that shows high compliance with the seasonal closure. As shown back in Table 1, the total amount of commercial landings reported during the time period was about 84,000 pounds. So the seasonal groupers comprise a small percentage of the species caught in this area with this type of gear. At the 169th Council meeting in June of 2020, staff from the University of the Virgin Islands presented research results on the abundance of Nassau grouper observed at Germanic Bank over a 17-year period. And I've put here the link to the presentation if you'd like to go back and look at it. During those dive surveys, the number of Nassau grouper per dive increased from less than 40 in 2004 to over 500 per dive in 2020, a steady increase over the 17-year period that highlights the effectiveness of management measures and fisher compliance with those measures. I did kind of grab the notes from the transcript, so a lot of this is directly from that presentation. The presentation included a map with acoustic receiver locations and movements of tagged Nassau grouper. The grouper spent most of the time inside Germanic Bank, but in between spawning events and during the day, they would occasionally migrate towards the Hind Bank MCD, which was 4 kilometers away, using a corridor along the southern edge to go back and forth between the 2 management areas. And then additionally, at the December 2023 council meeting, Dr. Nemeth with the University of Virgin Islands presented again on the status of Nassau grouper and the USVI, highlighting results from the Territorial Coral Reef Monitoring Program and the 2023 telemetry study that was just published. So from those, acoustic tagging studies have shown connectivity between the 2 management areas. Nemeth et al. Also reported that Nassau and yellowfin grouper used 2 of the 3 50-meter parallel reefs that run east-west between Germanic Bank and the Hind Bank MCD. The yellowfin grouper mostly used the reef farthest from the shelf edge, while the Nassau used the reef that was approximately 300 to 500 meters north of the shelf edge. The reef running along the shelf edge was not used by any tagged fish that they observed. And then the 2 species, Nassau and yellowfin, spent an average of 75% and 44% of their time, respectively, within the Germanic Bank closure. So Nassau, 75% in the closure, and then yellowfin, 44% of their time in the closure. Another study by Rowell et al. Found that from 2007 to 2012, 64% of Nassau and 76% of yellowfin migrated from Germanic to the hindbank MCD. And I have a figure taken directly from that manuscript I'll show you in a moment. The Nemeth et al. Study further highlighted the pathways that Nassau grouper used between Germanic and the historic Nassau spawning site in the MCD during the spawning season. And again, I pulled a figure directly from that manuscript that I'll show you. The pathways indicate a wide use of areas outside the spawning aggregation site, which is in Germanic Bank. And then several of these pathways can be observed in the alleyway area between Germanic Bank and Hindbank. They were probably looking at a broader region than our cells 019 and 020, but it's the same area that we're discussing. Nemeth et al. Calculated that Nassau grouper were located in Germanic Bank about 65% of the time during the spawning season. The remaining time, the fish were actively migrating to and from the spawning site, staging areas, and temporary residence sites. So the next is the figure that Roel et al. Included, and it shows the migration pathways of yellowfin grouper, which is this white arrowed line between the two management areas, and then Nassau grouper, which is the black arrowed line. So again, the shelf edge, the yellowfin used the pathway, the corridor farthest from the shelf edge, and you can see here Nassau grouper is slightly closer to the shelf edge, and I guess they didn't observe any fish using the one closest to the shelf edge. The black circles represent the location of receivers, and then the white triangles represent the passive acoustic recorders, and then they do have the percentage of time that they observed the fish. So yellowfin was in near this one 76% of the time, and Nassau grouper 64. So that all came directly from that paper highlighting the migration of these two species between these two management areas. And then here's the figure from the Nemeth et al. 2023, which illustrates similarly the pathways used by Nassau grouper, tagged Nassau grouper, between the Germanic Bank, which is the smaller gray box, and the Hindbank MCD. And then the red cells kind of indicate the receiver locations, and the size of the circle is how much they actually recorded. So those two papers highlight very well the research that's shown that these species do migrate to and from these two management areas using the alleyway. The next question was a little bit of a recommendation as well, recommendation to increase funding for outreach supplies, outreach and supplies, focusing on increasing survival rates of incidental capture. So basically how to deflate a swim bladder. From Dr. Nemeth's presentation that he gave at the 2023 council meeting, he did have a slide toward the end which kind of highlighted outreach campaigns that were done previously to try to get at some of this, and so what they actually distributed in their science kits, what included a hypodermic needle for venting air the bladder. The presentation also included a summary of those outreach campaigns. So if you were kind of curious, you could go look at it, and I put the link here to go view the presentation. In the Virgin Islands, commercial trap fishermen have little bycatch, meaning almost everything that is caught is kept. Some exceptions would include the prohibited species, undersized individuals managed with a minimum size limit, any oversized individuals not marketable, and then out of season fish. So most commercial trap fishermen in St. Thomas and St. John use venting tools when necessary, and this is from personal communication with Mr. McGrath again, when those fish are showing signs of barotrauma. And then currently, just as an aside, the bycatch information that's included on the USVI commercial report forms doesn't include the disposition of the fish. It just asks how many fish were discarded. NIMS and the council have proposed requiring a descending device be on board commercial or recreational fishing vessels when fishing for reef fish in all three of our FMPs. And this is in Amendment 2. And rulemaking to implement this requirement began in 2024 with the proposed rule and is expected to become effective sometime either late 2025 or early 2026. And the January 2025 issue of the council's newsletter, and I've put the link there for you to read it in English or Spanish, includes a description of the new descending device requirement and helpful information for fishers, including photos and links to help them acquire it or build it themselves. And then this is the last question. Have there been any new spawning aggregations discovered inside or outside of the existing closed areas? If yes, have they been studied? And again, Dr. Nemeth provided in his December presentation, no new spawning sites for Nassau grouper have been found. They also have not seen more than a dozen Nassau grouper during the spawning season in the historic spawning site, which is inside the Hindbank MCD. But there is anecdotal information on Nassau spawning aggregation that might be at the drop north of St. Thomas, which would need to be evaluated. It currently has not been. And then researchers with the University of Virgin Islands have discovered additional spawning aggregation sites for other species in both the Hindbank MCD and Germanic Bank. This is personal communication with Dr. Nemeth, some of which are included in public and published studies, which I've listed. So mutton snapper, dog snapper, and cubera were in the Biggs and Nemeth paper. Tiger grouper, red hind, where I'm going to butcher that name, so I'm not even going to try it. Hogfish and Bermuda chub were in a Nemeth and Caddison paper. And then those were all in Germanic Bank. And then they also found sites for tiger grouper and schoolmaster in the Hindbank MCD. So all of those papers are included in the references section with hyperlinks if you wanted to go read them. And I believe that is the end. Just in case no one had seen it, I did include as an appendix the letter that the St. Thomas Fishermen's Association sent into the council. And with that, I will take any questions.
Any questions for Sarah? Or Julian?
Thank you, Sarah. Good presentation. I know we collaborated on this back in January up in the office. I have a couple more questions, which at some point could be answered, especially as it pertains to the acoustic devices that are being used. It seems like the acoustic devices are only placed in a certain area, and that's the alleyway, the Germanic Bank, and actually where the hind are spawning. I would like to know, and I don't know, Graciela or someone, east of the bank, north of the bank, it's impossible that fish only come from one direction when we have so much shelf to the east of these spawning sites. So the fish are traveling, looking from the results that came out of this, it clearly shows that the numbers are increasing. So if the fishers were actually making an impact in disturbing these species from doing what they were supposed to do, the numbers wouldn't be increasing. The numbers would be decreasing or staying at a stable number, but the number is going up and going up and going up. And, another question is, has someone else besides Rick Nemick and his team from the University of the Virgin Islands studied the Hindbank? It's a 14 square mile closure. And I know from my experience, from little boy growing up, there's several spawning sites within, but we only look at the original sites that were given to them. I was one of them that gave Rick the coordinates to the NASA bank inside of the MCD. And, none of the other sites are being looked at inside of the MCD. It's 14 square miles. And, I think a real assessment needs to be done of what's going on inside of there, but not by the same group of people. We have already given them millions and millions and millions of dollars. We need to get a different evaluation from someone else. It's just like we were talking earlier about the e-reporting. What's the check and balance of it being the officials are actually reporting correctly? Well, this is a check and balance. Is Rick and his team actually giving us all the information that we need to know? So we throw millions of dollars at one group of people to continue doing the studies, but we don't have a check and balance to say, oh, well, wait, the original NASA spawning aggregation is overflowing. And that's why the NASA groupers have decided to go to my Gromanic bank that I used to fish in back in 1990s and spawn there. So, you know, we need to at some point challenge some of these reports that come out by doing another assessment some way, somehow. Thank you. But good. It was good collaborating. It made the process a lot easier. And thank you, Sarah.
Priscilla.
So I don't have an answer for you right now, but we have been looking into the old reports from the MCD. And I was just telling Maria that there was a work that was done here using an AUV and actually identifying fish, etc. But the MCD was originally closed on the coral FMP as, you know, the need for that coral to be protected. And that was, you know, I don't remember if you were in those meetings at the time, but it was, you know, don't go south of St. John, go south of St. John. but so we are bringing out all the information from the old reports. Some of them we still have in paper, so we have to, you know, have to give them to Sarah so that she can include them in the references. It has been an incredible exercise to answer your questions. And one thing that we didn't look at that, but answering your question about if you interfere with the fishers, with the fish at the time, yes, they are increasing and you are actively fishing the area from what you just saw, is that, you know, you're targeting other species other than Nassau grouper, you know, so it's the compliance there, at least from the information that it's in the reports, it's very high. Now, we just asked tonight about your price per pound for queen trigger, red hind, all of them. So just using $10 a pound, just round it off for that because it's easier for me to calculate. So, you know, from what you are looking in the reports, that amounts to anywhere between $500,000 to over $1 million for that period of time, the amount of landing that was reported. If you use the lower figures, then, you know, we're still over $500,000 that the fishers that are fishing that area will not be part of their income if that area is closed. So that we haven't gotten to that stage yet because, you know, this was just the beginning in order to answer the questions that you had.
Just to piggyback on what she just said, and then she can continue if she got more information. Another thing that we didn't also include, because we're waiting to see what the next steps are going to be, is if you take these fishers that are fishing in this area and displace them, guess what's going to happen? They're going with the other fishers are fishing. Now we only have, I think it's like 6, 7 of us, and actually I think it's down to 4 of us alone that is fishing in that area. And we fish in there for those 4 months, then we move out. And if we had to go and fishing with other fishers now we put in hardships on them also. So, and not only that, we're putting more fishing pressure in another area, which eventually can cause problems. So I think how we as a small group of fishers in the St. Thomas, St. John district, how we fishing is we try not to overcrowd each other in areas. We know, well, we got this group of guys that fishing in this area. We got, and we try to stagger it out where we figure it's giving the fishery a balance. You think we're crazy, but that's what we do. You know, it's only 42 trap fishers, and right now really trap fishing, I think it's about 20, if 20, that's really trap fishing. So the numbers are decreasing quickly. The number of trap fishers period in the Virgin Islands in St. Thomas, St. John is decreasing quickly. A lot of the guys are getting older, they're getting out. They can't get no helpers. Fishers are fishing with fishers. So I think the unique system that we have in place right now is what is helping us to keep our fishery healthy, along with the MCD, which is a 14 square mile closure, which produces every species inside of it. So that spills out and actually stocks back our fishery. I received a call on Saturday when I was in St. John selling fish. And I was asked from Washington, Julian, do you want us to open up the MCD? I told Miguel about this earlier. I said, no. I don't want no MCD open up. I would never want that MCD open up because I know what it's doing to the rest of the fishery. It's protecting the rest of the fishery. Its overspills is continuing to stock. And that was at first when it happened, the first 5 years were very difficult for the fishers. But now the fishers have seen the fruits, we would call it, of that closure. So, when we're doing management, that's why I say sometimes, answering these questions and then adding in to like how you just talked about the cost. Me and Sarah did discuss about the cost, and I was supposed to get back to her with that, but I didn't. But I'm glad you mentioned it. And doing stuff like this, you get to see the broader picture and discussing it of what's actually going on. Thank you.
So we will work on gathering the information that we have on paper and bring it up to the to today's digital world. And the other thing is that this is what I was asking Kevin about, this geographical information that we have, of where the fishing occurs, what kind of fishing occurs, that can give us an indication of what habitat you have in there. Because if you're trapping, you're not putting them on corals because you'll lose them up, mess it up, etc. So again, we're working on all that data that has been collected since 2011, 2012 for those smaller grids, which I think is extremely valuable. And, we'll continue to provide you with that information.
Just one quick follow-up. So when Sarah talked about getting the Grammatic Bank and the MCD on the grids, that's going to be so much more useful to get that on those maps. Because right now it's like a guesstimation. So we have the coordinates. Every fisher has every coordinate of where every trap has been set. I have mine on for about 10 years of data. So I can go back and I make notes. Oh, well, this is a nice area to go this time of the year. But once we could like line some of that up with adding the banks, then we can better identify the squares that we are using. Right now, it's a guess. Unless you go and Google Map and plug it in to see exactly which square it's falling in. So that's going in the right direction to include some more of that stuff. Thank you.
So we have been working on that, separating that square or that area, that polygon where you can actually fish and done your fishing, separate from the MCD and the Grammatic. We are working on some kind of, figures so that we can provide you with that information. But we can request, if you want to work with us on specifically looking at the coordinates that you have, I'm sure that Sarah would be more than happy, and Liahai, to work with you.
Okay. Thank you, everybody. We have a public comment period. Seems like we have nobody. Okay. So we're on recess until tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. Oh, okay.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. We had in the agenda a closed session, but after discussing it with the three chairs and members of the council. The only item that we had at that time was the membership of the 3DAPs. All the other committees that we have, advisory committees, are full until 2026, 27. So tomorrow, when we get into the agenda item that discuss the advisory body membership, we will be able then to provide the names, the people that are going to be suggested by each one of the chairs.
Okay. Okay, thank you. We're on recess until tomorrow at 9.